Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with this morning with David Hensley. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Moore County. Good morning, all you red cockaded woodpeckers.
Yeah, taking up private land.
Yep.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available to you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Top middle of the home page is where the link's located. In the upper right-hand corner of every page is another link that says On the Air, Listen Live. Click that once and you're listening that quick to our broadcast signal. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, it'll get warmer for days out. But for part of the time today, we'll head on up to about 54 degrees. Tonight, mostly clear. That means temperatures are free to drop, and they'll drop down to about 34 degrees. And then for tomorrow, let's see. Tomorrow's going to be a pretty nice day, too. A little bit warmer. Also, look for, where's my script? All right, tomorrow's going to be mostly sunny with a high of 59. 45 and partly cloudy Wednesday night. Thursday, partly cloudy 64. I'll take that. Thursday night, a rain moves in here. 90% chance of getting wet with a low of 51. Friday, still a 90% chance of showers. High of 50. Sun returns for the weekend. It'll be sunny both days, 44 and 49 your highs, Saturday and Sunday, and Monday, 53. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are, let's see here, calm, pressure 30-43, dew point 30, humidity 78%. It is clear and 37 degrees and climbing here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:36, 36 past the hour. I got to explain something about yesterday, if you were listening, not to the morning show, but throughout the day. And all of a sudden you tune in and it was playing my least favorite song of all time, which was Dead Air by Marcel Marceau. And anyway, what happened was, and it caught me completely off guard. You see, several months ago, one of our satellite providers, Westwood One, who's a big outfit, sent us a new receiver. And I said, well, what's this for? And he said, well, we're switching receivers. I said, okay, is there a instruction book anywhere? Not yet. We're working on it. I went, okay. I said, any idea when I got to have this thing installed? And he said, don't know yet. But so I got it all. I went ahead and installed it, everything except for pulling the audio out of it. Right. There's a ton of wires on the back of one of these things. And anyway, yesterday we're waiting for, everything was working perfect as it always does. And we get to Eric Erickson's show, and all of a sudden, no Eric. Something's wrong. And so I'm at a loss as to where the problem lies, whether it's at the uplink or at the studios or what. So I call his manager, and I said, what gives? Oh, today's the day we switched over to the new satellite.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's your instructions.
Well, it would have been extremely helpful to have known it before 10 minutes after showtime.
Yeah, well, Steve, that's okay. Everyone was tuned in to the all-day school board work session anyway, so, that's why you probably didn't get many calls, because everyone was tuned in to the school board.
Oh, we got calls. But anyway, so I go, okay, drag the engineer in here, and he switches the audio from that satellite into our automation. And still nothing. What now? Oh, you have to program it. I went, well, in the past, Westwood One's always done their own programming, so they don't have
it shows
many
up,
issues.
You just plug it in.
Yeah, and they said, no, you got to program it. And I said, well, I can do that. But you got an instruction book? Because you got to learn in radio, like automation and other programs, you got to learn them in order to understand how they think and how they react to every keystroke you make. And there's just tons and tons and tons and tons of line code you got to put into this thing. And so I get it wired up and rolling for Eric Erickson. Everything seems to be okay. And then Sean Hannity comes on. He's not on that satellite, so no problem. Get to Mark Levin. He came on. No problem. But during the whole show, it didn't fire off a single break. That's what I said. What's the issue here?
Yeah, don't make money if you don't run commercials. That's the way that works.
Yeah, and so I had to figure that one out. Then came time for Walsh. I forget his first name right at the moment. That we just added, but he's recorded at 6 o'clock, played back at 9. And it says, well, I didn't record it today, so you can't have it. I said, I thought to myself, well, I know it's in your system. How about play the damn thing back? So same thing happened with Ben Shapiro. Both of them, I had to go on the web and get the program and just play it through this control board.
If you were going to have audio problems, the time to have it was last night because everyone was watching that riveting, close, nail-biter national championship game. What was the final score, like 207 to 3 or something? Yeah. That was a horrible
65
game.
to 7, I think.
That was horrible.
Let me see. I got it right here.
I think everyone stopped
65
watching.
to 7. Yeah, so if you had TCU and 50 points, you lost.
Yeah, that was something I'd never seen. Well, anyway.
So anyway, by 11 o'clock, we're off that receiver except for the news. We get the news from it. And somehow I come in this morning, my break log is off. It's playing, but it's not at the right time. Long story short, that was the worst day of my life yesterday.
So can anyone hear us now?
Other than my first 2 marriages. I tell you, it was tough. And I hope I got everything plugged in there right now. With that many lines of code, if I don't have an issue, I'm a genius. So we'll just have to wait and see as the day progresses. All right, 7:41 past the hour. Now my question to David is, I was filling out my property tax, or not filling them out, paying them.
Yes.
Last week.
Yes, you're Moore County and Southern Pines.
Yeah. No, I'm in the county.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good for you.
It's bad enough.
Yeah.
And anyway, cutting those checks out of here, and I go, and then I look up and look at the TV, and I see an unsanitized version of the migration, unlike Joe Biden. And you see those thousands of people pouring across the border. And I said, I wonder how many of those find their way to Moore County. And Mom and Dad said, in Spanish, blah, 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 go to school. And they do. And then David in the school board says, well, we're required to provide them with a translator to teach them the curriculum. And I go, where's the merit in that? Because A, that's asking us as a county to break the law. It's illegal for them to be here. Unfortunately, the federal government puts a federal bubble around them that says you can't touch them. But it doesn't mean we have to educate them. Because for the government to require that would be, say, we have to break the law. And I don't know if we can be forced to do that.
So
what say you?
Well, there's
board member.
There's a Supreme Court case that we are required to educate all children, regardless of their immigration status and their legal status. And I can tell
about
you
time for that case to get back to the Supreme Court.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, obviously, there's been a major shift in the Supreme Court, and we'll see what they say. I will tell you this: as a conservative, I think it's reprehensible that we do not enforce our borders. I am 100% against illegal immigration. Immigration's what made this country great. As long as we assimilate into a melting pot and not balkanize along racial lines like the Democrats who engage in identity politics want to do. So let me say, as a conservative, I 100% am opposed to illegal immigration, and we need to seal our borders for any number of reasons. That being said, once those illegal aliens are here, we are bound by Supreme Court ruling to provide a free public education as required in our state constitution as well. I can tell you that out of all the myriad of problems that Moore County Schools has to deal with, educating the children of illegal aliens does not rank high among the problems that we have. I will say that at a human level, you have to think a couple of things. One is the illegal aliens that come here. One is, for the most part, those are freedom-loving people who, walked thousands of, in many cases, walked thousands of miles to get a better life for them and their children. And that's the attitude when they get here. Generally speaking, they have strong nuclear families. They show up with a husband and a wife and children. And for the most part, they are hardworking, strong family values, and they make excellent students. They have a language barrier when they get here. We work through that with them, and by the time they get in middle school and get through the language barrier, they're among our best performing students.
Who parents have not paid into the tax base to help pay for all this.
I'm as a conservative, I'm 100% behind you. They should not be here in the first place.
Yeah, if you got a problem, take it up with your mom and dad.
Well,
don't take it up with us.
As a conservative, they should not be here. If they don't like the conditions in their country, they should stay home and they should fight and work.
March on your capital, not ours.
And our country should enforce its sovereign borders. I'm just addressing the fact that they're here. We're required to educate them, and they really are far from the top of our worries.
I don't know how you can be required to break the law.
Well, I mean, you can't be a leftist and not be a hypocrite. I mean, show me Democrat policies, and I'll show you all kinds of.
But one of the reasons we elected this conservative board was to do the right thing.
I have no choice in that. I mean, doing the right thing is following the Supreme Court ruling and the various laws that the federal government inflicts upon us.
How much of our money? What percent of the money comes from the federal government? And your budget?
About 13%, 14%. But that even if they took the federal funds away, that doesn't mean that we're not bound by the Supreme Court ruling. I mean, federal funds always have strings tied to them, but the requirement to educate the children of illegal aliens does not come from strings tied to federal funds. That comes from a Supreme Court ruling. So even if we said we didn't want the federal funds, I do not.
Okay.
I just know it exists.
So we haven't read it, and it might be.
Well, Bob Levy's read it, and he's an attorney.
He knows
and our attorney's read it. Yeah, of course. Okay. I mean, I don't know if he knows it off the top of his head, but there's a...
No, Levy would know off the top of his head.
Well, I mean, yes, and he would tie it back to the Peloponnesian Wars and, how... Yes, there would be a history lesson tied there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we love Bob, but, boy, he does love to tell put things in historical context, let's say.
Well, he's a fascinating guy to listen to. It just... You don't have the 3 hours to hear it.
Right. No, look. I love Bob. I love hearing his stories. I mean, I could talk to him all day, but if you got a 30-minute show or you're trying to get a school board meeting, on the thing. But yeah, if you're sipping iced tea or having a beer out on the back porch, it's fascinating to hear his views and his just the amount of history he knows.
Well, seemed like we could save a little money by. Here again, my druthers, I'd toss them out of the county and say, take it up with mom and dad. They're here illegally. We got a front door you can come in, go over there and come in it.
Look, let me say this. I'm an activist, I'm conservative, I have traditional values, and I'm an activist, and I am absolutely 100% willing to take stands on stuff. For example, we're going to take a stand on this ridiculous school calendar law that the Phil Berger, the North Carolina Senate, has foisted upon everyone to the detriment of the education of public school students throughout the state. I am certainly willing in academic year 24-25, if they don't change the law, we're going to unilaterally change it anyway. We've done that already in a couple places.
So you're willing to defy the law there, but not for...
Well, that's my point, and I'm being a little Levy-esque and, being long-winded and making my point. But, you got to choose what you're going to make your stand on. And, again, if educating the children of illegal aliens was among our top 3 problems, I might look at perhaps just saying we're not going to do it and let that play out however it plays out. But it's not among our top 3 problems, and we've got much bigger issues, so it's just not something that I'm willing to take a stand on.
All right. Well, I'll take one for you.
By all means. And look, I'm more than happy to talk to you about it. We can still be friends, but I just,
Just advocate 10 minutes to me, and I'll do it for you.
Yeah, look, there's all kinds of problems. I mean, look at the burden that illegal aliens put on our healthcare system and our tax system.
Yeah, the day's coming real soon when you go to the hospital for surgery and they'll go, sorry, all the beds are full with people not paying the bill.
There are significant problems. There are huge problems. And as a conservative, it bothers me. But I can't.
This is why you go to the government to get help, and the line's halfway around the block. Guess who's all in front of you? Illegals.
Well, certainly a percentage of them are people who should not be here.
Yeah. So. You're elected, I'm not, so I can spout it all easier than you.
Look, I can talk about it, and I'm not afraid to address the issues. It just, as I've said, it just isn't among the top 10 problems of Moore County schools. And one of the reasons it's not one of our top 10 problems is we're getting paid for it. We're getting, and the problem is,
you're getting rich,
right? Well, we're not getting rich, but we are getting paid to educate those children. And as a taxpayer, it's my problem. As a taxpayer, it's your problem.
Yeah.
But as a school district, it really isn't our fight to fight because we're getting paid for it. They're good students. We overcome the language barrier. The families are generally engaged. The families, when the student gets in trouble, the mother is concerned, and again, they have good, tight nuclear families, which generally leads to a good education.
Families need to provide somebody for each child to do this interpreting instead of us having to hire one.
Yeah, part of the problem that we do have, there's this thing called the dual language immersion program that they have up at Robbins Elementary, and Robbins Elementary is an F-rated school, by the way. And
you knew government would come in with a program that FUBAR everything.
Well, the dual language immersion program was implemented by the previous school board and the previous superintendent, and it is of dubious value. And I believe, and many school board members believe, that the dual language immersion program is actually what created the F-rated school, because really what it does, and I mean we could go into it now, but it really drags down the native English speakers, and I kind of have the evidence to prove that.
Yeah.
And that is not required by the federal government. Most school districts do not have dual language immersion programs. In fact, dual language immersion programs are illegal by North Carolina state law. The only reason that Moore County schools got away with implementing it is the fact that Robbins is a failing school, and that gives them leeway to do trial things. And what they implemented, what it was kind of liberal feel-goodism. Oh, if we teach every other day in Spanish, it will make these these immigrants feel welcome. Well, no, what it does is it delays their adoption of the English language, and it retards the learning of English language by native English speakers. But that is not the fault of the federal government, and that is not the fault of the illegal aliens or their families. That is a self-inflicted wound made by the previous school board and the previous superintendent that we're trying to fix. But, you know, there's just a bit of bureaucracy to overcome.
Well, maybe the issue with the Supreme Court needs to be revisited by our counsel, Mr. Levy, and there's got to be a loophole in there that's arisen since these illegal aliens have popped up.
Well, I can say this.
We're going to have to build more schools, aren't we? Because you got a limit on how big the class can be, and if you run out of space, you got to build more schools.
So here's so I got to review the Moore County School financials over the weekend, the annual reviewed or audited financials, and we're going to talk a bit about that at the 8:30 hour. But over the last decade, from 2013 to 2022, do you know what the net gain? This is, are you smarter than a fifth grader? We better get that out of the way, by the way. But over the last decade, Moore County Schools net gain of students from 2013 to 2022, Moore County Schools had a net gain of, are you ready for this? 17 students, 17, less than 20. Let me say that again, from 2013, and this is not what you read in the pilot. This is not what, the previous superintendent up there crying crocodile tears saying we need more schools and this and that. Moore County Schools over the last decade has gained 17 students, and it's right there in our financials. If you don't believe it, how much
did the budget go up?
The budget went up. If you exclude school construction, right, just operational money, the budget went up 36%.
For 17 students.
So, yes, 17 students, and by the way, our elementary. Anyway, it's just when you dig in the details of the financials, it is not at all the picture that they've been painting. So the budget, not if you include construction, the Moore County school budget went up a tremendous amount. But you got to substitute that out because they spent $105 million building schools. Subtract that out, the budget went up 36% over a decade, which up until the last couple of years, that was the inflation rate. It increased about 4% a year, which was keeping up with inflation, and 17 students, less than one student per school.
Why do you think it's so flat?
Well, because, and I'll tell you this, we've lost market share to the charter schools and private schools. The number of young families and the number of students in Moore County, school-age students, has increased 20 or 30% during that time. It's just none of the increase in students have chosen Moore County schools, and that's our job as the school board, is to reverse that trend and make Moore County schools so great and so fabulous that no one would even entertain sending their child to a charter school. We've got a long ways to go, but by God, we're determined to do that.
I guess the thing charter schools have a pretty good advantage on is the class size in most cases.
Well, they have more focus, and they have less bureaucracy, and they tend to have people more motivated towards the education of their children rather than implementing some sort of ideological bizarreness. Yes, exactly.
All right, well, let's do Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Let's get her knocked out.
And what year did Thanksgiving become a national holiday? Was it 1778, 1810, or 1863?
1863. Yeah. I was going to say 1879, so I'll choose 1863.
Well, that's something else you can thank President Abraham Lincoln for. Of course, he was shot in 1863.
I think Bob told him to. I think him and Bob Levy discussed whether it should be a national holiday or not.
According to history, the very first Thanksgiving, oh, by the way, these are tests from fifth grade curriculums. According to history, the very first Thanksgiving feast between the Pilgrims and Native Americans included waterfowl, venison, berries, pumpkin, squash, and which of the following? Lobster, turkey, or potatoes?
Well, I can't imagine Thanksgiving without mashed potatoes and gravy, but I'm going with lobster.
It is lobster, believe it or not. About how many people, crew and passengers, did the Mayflower bring to America in 1620? Now, this is one of your today cruise ships here.
Right. Yeah.
Was it 250, 135, or 320?
I was going to say 135. I thought it'd be in the 100 somewhere. Yeah.
Yep,
Isn't that crazy? I mean, getting on a wooden ship and going across the Atlantic Ocean, 135 people crammed in that thing.
And you land and you got to start from scratch.
Happy to get
building
on that
homes,
boat.
Clearing land, all that stuff.
Yep.
Who was and humidity like crazy. Who was the first U.S. president to give Turkey a presidential pardon? Was it Franklin D. Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, or Ronald Reagan?
Was it Reagan?
It was Reagan.
Wow, I would have thought it was Nixon. Huh. Okay, -1.
And let's see, what year was this is the last one.
Expect highs to reach the lower 50s and lower 60s today. We're going to see partly cloudy conditions into the afternoon. It's going to be a pleasant one out there if you want to get outside. By tonight, we're down into the lower 30s, and then we'll see highs in the mid-50s and lower 60s tomorrow. Do anticipate our next front to arrive on Thursday. It's going to bring rain and thunderstorms into our region with cooler temperatures to follow the weekend. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. California dreaming these days, more like a California nightmare.
First, a branch hit our house, and then we got up and we're watching outside the window, and both of the trees here are blowing back and forth, really crazy. So we were debating on whether or not we wanted to stay in the house, and before we could make a decision, both trees fell, one on our house and one on our neighbor's house.
That Sacramento homeowner among those directly affected by the powerful and deadly storms that continue battering parts of the state as they roar ashore off the Pacific. Among the latest victims, a 5-year-old boy missing after being swept away by floodwaters. Forecasters say parts of the state in for another day of storms with flooding rains and fierce winds. Police in Newport News, Virginia, say a 6-year-old boy who shot and wounded his teacher used his mother's gun, which he took from home. Newport News Police Chief Steve Drew says there was no confrontation before the shooting. Drew says a teacher was providing instruction. He displayed a firearm, he pointed it, and he fired one round. The teacher hospitalized in stable condition. On Capitol Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we're taking action to reopen the People's House and to ensure that we, the people, elected servants, are here in Washington, D.C., doing our job.
Congressman Tom Cole talking about the new guidelines GOP lawmakers have approved for operation of the House, now in Republican hands.
The rules package was approved 220 to 213, a party line vote with one Republican opposed. Central to the package is the provision that allows any one lawmaker to make a motion to vacate the chair, a vote to oust the speaker. There are other provisions that weaken the power of the speaker's office and turn over more control of the legislative business to rank-and-file lawmakers. Norman Hall, Washington.
Wall Street, Dow futures down 175 points, NASDAQ futures off 81. Townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month.
SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
The United Nations Human Rights Chief says Iran has been weaponizing the death penalty to strike fear in the population and stamp out dissent.
4 young Iranian men have so far been hanged in connection with the mass anti-government protests that have swept the country since the end of September. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, has described the punishment of Iranians for exercising their basic rights as tantamount to state-sanctioned killing. He echoed Iranian rights groups that have said that the trial procedures have been deeply flawed, and he warned that 2 more young men are at imminent risk of execution. That has not yet occurred, but their families fear it could take place at any moment.
The BBC's Sebastian Usher, director of the World Health Organization's European office, says the agency sees no immediate threat for the European region from a COVID outbreak in China, but adds that more information is needed. News and analysis, townhall.com. New guidelines on children struggling with obesity.
Those kids should be evaluated and treated early and aggressively. The American Academy of Pediatrics says treatments can include medication for kids as young as 12 and surgery for those as young as 13. Delaying treatment to see whether children and teens outgrow or overcome obesity only makes things worse. Left untreated, obesity can lead to lifelong health problems, including high blood pressure, diabetes, and depression. Nearly 20% of kids and teens in the U.S. are obese. John Scott reporting.
Some documents with classified markings have turned up in a private office at the Penn Biden Center. That's where Mr. Biden maintained an office after he left the vice presidency in 2017 until shortly before launching his presidential campaign in 2019. The Justice Department said to be investigating. More on these stories, townhall.com.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424. Do you have a picture or piece of art that needs framing? Visit the King's Custom Framing at 15 Dawn Road in Pinehurst or call 910-295-5451. Open Monday through Saturday, the King's Custom Framing has been serving the Sandhills since 1991. Happy New Year from all of us here at Keys Appliance Center in Aberdeen. We'd like to thank all of our customers who have supported us over the last 50 years and made 2022 another successful year. Thank you to our wonderful community for voting us Best Appliance Store in the Pilot's Best of the Pines 2022. Your business is greatly appreciated, and the friends we have made along the way mean the world to us. So we at Keys Appliance Center wish our Moore County community a happy, healthy, and successful 2022. 2023. New York Deli is a slice of the Big Apple in Pinehurst. Located in Olmsted Village, New York Deli offers authentic New York bagels and a full breakfast menu until 11 a.m. Looking for lunch? There are 33 signature sandwiches to choose from. New York-style pizza on Wednesdays and Fridays, and now offering Meatball Mondays. New York Deli is open weekdays from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Visit Moore County Takeout and Delivery Options Facebook page for our menu updates. Call 295-2264 for takeout, or have your order delivered via DoorDash, Grubhub, or Easy Bites. If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail division of Quantico Tactical, is once again open to the public, offering the best price and selection of modern firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Proven Arms is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical on Highway 211 east of Aberdeen and on the web at ProvenOutfitters.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. A new session of the General Assembly opens on Wednesday, and Lincoln County Republican Representative Jason Sain says he is prepared to again file a bill to legalize mobile sports betting in North Carolina. Last year, a bill failed by one vote. Sain told CBS 17.
The whole point of doing it is making sure that we're not losing those dollars to other states, because if you're not allowing college betting, they're just going to go to the other state, what they're doing now, and place those bets.
Redistricting will likely be front and center in the new legislative session beginning Wednesday. Dr. Michael Bitzer is a political science professor at Catawba College and tells WCNC.
We have never gone 10 years in between census where we have had a complete set of all three maps upheld: congressional, state house, and state senate.
The Justice Department reviewing documents marked as classified found at President Biden's office at a D.C. think tank after he was vice president. Republican Ohio Representative Jim Jordan is the chair of the House Judiciary Committee.
That double standard that so many Americans see time and time again is the big takeaway.
Police in Albuquerque, New Mexico have made an arrest in connection with shooting attacks on the homes and offices of 6 elected officials since early December. Very little information about the suspect or a possible motive is being released. Harold Medina is the city's police chief.
There is a suspect in custody. We do have one of the firearms involved in one of the incidents in our possession.
A new report issued by the NCDOT shows that North Carolina's 72 publicly owned airports have a more than $72 billion economic impact annually. The state of North Carolina is home to the 5th busiest airport in the world in Charlotte. In New Bern, Coastal Carolina Regional Airport Director Andrew Shorter tells WCTI.
We're doing just over $500 million a year economic impact is really huge.
You're listening to NCN News.
Schools across North Carolina have increased their STEM education and are saving energy from the NC Green Power Solar Plus Schools Grant. And your school can too. The 2023 grant period is open now. Recipient schools receive a 20-kilowatt solar installation, a weather station, a STEM curriculum, and teacher training. Select K through 12 schools may apply for the grant that covers 100% of construction costs. Learn more at ncgreenpower.org. Act now. The application period ends January 31st. Apply at ncgreenpower.org.
Small business owners are a cornerstone of our state's economy and are essential to the fabric of our rural, urban, and suburban communities. At the NC Rural Center, we believe that our state's economic future depends on the vibrancy of the small businesses lining main streets from Murphy to Manio and everywhere in between. That's why we've assembled hundreds of entrepreneurs, advocates, and community leaders from across the state to form the North Carolina Small Business Coalition. Learn more about the coalition and how to join at ncruralcenter.org.
Heavy rains and winds continue to batter California in the latest in a series of deadly storms, forcing evacuations and prompting flood warnings. As coastlines and lower elevations get saturated with rain, higher elevations and mountain areas are dealing with heavy snowfall. WCBS meteorologist Craig Allen.
It is colder, and it continues to snow very heavily through many of the mountain passes, through the northern portion of the state, right on down into the central section of the state. The winter storm warnings are continuing right through the day today for the potential of another 4 to 8 inches of snow in general, but there will be some areas where some of the heavy snow comes down at about a rate of 1 to 3 inches per hour, and it's not out of the question for an additional 1 to 2 feet of snow. Some areas are going to wind up with over over 10 feet of snow just in the last week alone.
Piedmont Triad International Airport is offering TSA pre-check enrollment sessions from January 9th through the 13th because of recent demand. Senior Federal Marketing Director of the group, IDEMA, Jesse Hildebrand, told WFMY.
No fees should be paid online. Your fees will only be paid once you complete the in-portion enrollment.
A student at a Wake County Middle School was found to have a weapon on campus on Monday. In an email, the principal of the school said an airsoft BB gun was found in a student's backpack. No one was injured. NATO's Secretary General warned today that Russia is showing no signs it will end its war in Ukraine.
You should not underestimate Russia.
Jens Stoltenberg at a meeting today with European leaders.
They are mobilizing more troops. They are working hard to acquire more equipment, more ammunition.
And he said Vladimir Putin is willing to accept high casualty numbers.
There is no indication that President Putin has changed the overall aim of his brutal war against Ukraine. So we need to be prepared for the long haul.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
We have a weak disturbance that will be moving through today. We're going to see pleasant conditions and partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s by the afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will fall into the lower 30s with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. We have warming temperatures moving in and rain likely to arrive once we head into Thursday. We'll continue to monitor the severe threat. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we have sunny skies, 36 degrees, humidity 78%, dew point 30, pressure is 30.43, and winds are calm. It's 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Tuesday morning. 3 Dollar General employees were arrested on December 29th on felony larceny by employee charges. Amber Ellis, 28, Sarah Walker, 37, and Ricky Jane, 25, all the West End, were employed at the West End Dollar General store on Highway 211 near Juniper Lake Road. According to the Moore County Sheriff's Office, it was discovered by the corporate office of Dollar General that the 3 employees were allegedly stealing from the store. They are accused of stealing just under $10,000 in cash and $5,000 in merchandise. According to court documents, the thefts were from September 1st to October 24th of last year. Each employee is being charged with 1 count of felony larceny by employee. The North Carolina Division of Motor Vehicles routinely receives complaints from customers who have been targeted by scammers claiming to be representatives of either the DMV or the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Recently, several law enforcement agencies have reported that many unsuspecting DMV customers are receiving scam emails from a group of claiming to be the Department of Transportation and encouraging targeted individuals to click on a link to pay a fine for an alleged driving violation. Customers are encouraged to be aware of any emails from an individual or individuals using the address of notice at penalty-gov-us, claiming to be from the Traffic Division of the Department of Transportation. The email includes a link to make a payment or a fine. And the 25th anniversary of the Boys and Girls Club of the Sand Hills was commemorated last week with a ceremony and generous donation of $25,000 gifted by local businesses, Veterans Guardians VA Claim Consulting. Additionally, Congressman Hudson himself acknowledged and applauded the accomplishments achieved by the Boys and Girls Club in the past 2.5 decades since its founding. On average, the Boys and Girls Club of the Sand Hills works with nearly 600 children a day. And with the addition of their newest location opened at the Sand Hills Community College, that number is expected to rise. As it stands, the organization currently has 4 unique locations in Moore County and employs more than 40 workers to tend to faculties and children. Their young visitors are offered an impressive assortment of productive activities, games, workshops, and even a hot meal. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can always go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Nate Saunders. Georgia did it again. Correspondent Mark Myers reports.
For the second consecutive season, the Georgia Bulldogs are national champions, dominating TCU 65-7. Stetson Bennett ran for 2 touchdowns and threw for 4. What a night for the Georgia quarterback.
If you can't pull out your best in a game like this, or at least your best effort and best preparation, then maybe this isn't for you.
Lad McConkey caught 2 scoring passes. The Bulldogs finished the year 15-0. Mark Myers, Englewood, California.
The National Women's Soccer League has permanently banned a former Carolina Courage coach in response to an investigation into alleged abuse and misconduct. Tony Rigsby has more.
Former Carolina Courage coach Paul Riley can't coach in the NWSL again. The league and its Players Association announced results of their investigation last month. That investigation found widespread misconduct directed at players dating back nearly a decade. The Courage were fined $100,000. Riley had been fired in 2021. I'm Tony Rigsby.
Damar Hamlin is out of Ohio and back home in New York, a little more than a week after going into cardiac arrest and having to be resuscitated on the field during a game in Cincinnati. More now from CBS News correspondent Matt Piper.
Doctors at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center say Damar Hamlin is on the long road to recovery.
A little bit of a ways to go in terms of his ongoing recovery. We're thrilled to where he is today. He's up, he's walking around, he's got an amazing, genuine sense of humor.
They say his breathing tube came out Friday, which is also when he started PT, the same week after suffering cardiac arrest during Monday Night Football last week.
Continuing to regain strength. He's certainly on what we consider a very normal to even accelerated trajectory.
Hamlin will continue his recovery at a Buffalo hospital. Matt Piper, CBS News.
You're listening to NCN Sports.
This is the season to start getting out fall sweaters. The season to dust off your holiday decorations. The season where we all gather together. And the season to get your annual flu shot. It's the best way to prevent serious illness, especially if you're 49 and older or have pre-existing conditions. This is the season to stay protected with a flu shot. Learn more at myspot.nc.gov/flu.
Do you find yourself considering a home generator when a storm is approaching? It's better to prepare now. A Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power guards the home against blackouts caused by weather of all types. 45 years in business and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Act now for a free 10-year warranty on a Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power. Terms and conditions apply. Financing options are available. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
Reggie Bush, whose Heisman Trophy victory for Southern California in 2005 was later vacated because of NCAA violations, is among 18 players in the latest College Football Hall of Fame class. Florida quarterback Tim Tebow, who won the Heisman in 2007, was also elected to the Hall by the National Football Foundation, along with Dwight Freeney of Syracuse, Carolina Panthers legend Luke Kuechly of Boston College, LaMichael James of Oregon, and Michael Bishop of Kansas State. Bush played on 2 national championship teams with USC and led the Trojans to another title game in 2005. Tonight in the NBA, Charlotte at Toronto. That begins at 7:30. In the National Hockey League, New Jersey visits Raleigh against the Hurricanes. They begin at 7. And UNC plays at Virginia. They tip off at 9. I'm Nate Saunders, and you're listening to NCN Sports.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910 949-3232.
Looking for ideas to update your home's tile work? Come to Meadow Creek Tile in Southern Pines. They are a locally family-owned business that's been here for over 35 years. Call and set up an appointment or come in and browse their showroom from 9 to 4, Monday through Friday, and select from the finest ceramic, marble, glass, and stone tile materials in hundreds of styles to suit your taste and budget. They're located on Highway 15-501 South near Zaxby's. That's Meadow Creek Tile, 910-693-7711.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
Eastwood Outfitters offers specialty firearms for elite marksmen and more, delivering a personalized experience for everyone. Eastwood Outfitters is the only dealer in the area to stock Night Force scopes, along with many firearms from Masterpiece Arms, Christensen Arms, and others. We also offer custom precision hand loads. Visit Eastwood Outfitters, open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. at the corner of Highway 73 and 15501, right next to the Bee's Knees, or call 910-420-8919 and mention this ad to receive a $20 gift certificate.
At Heavenly Pines Jewelry, we are 3 generations of women that can customize the ring of your dreams or redesign family jewelry to fit your style while keeping the integrity of your loved one's piece. We also do in-house repairs, pearl restringing, appraisals, watch batteries, and free jewelry cleaning. Visit Heavenly Pines Jewelry, located at 45 Dowd Circle in Pinehurst, across the street from the main post office, or call us today at 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry needs.
Your local Sears hometown store will be closing, but we are not. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. When Joe and I bought Sears hometown, we anticipated that this day might come. Our business model is creating relationships with our customers and our community. That's why we're happy to announce that we'll continue as an independent appliance store under our new name, Appliances and More. We'll continue our low price guarantee and our price match policy on any in-stock local competitor. Thank you for your continued support as we navigate this transition. And remember, we are locally owned and here to stay.
Big news in the cigar world, everyone. If you are buying your cigars online from Cigars International, Famous, JR's, or any other online retailer, you need to pay close attention. 2468cigars.com. What is 2468 Cigars and why should I buy from them? Well, here it is. Not only are our prices as good or better than most online companies, but you can visit our warehouse in person and pick up your cigars so you don't have to wait for them by mail. Now for the bad news. We are so new that our website, 2468cigars.com, is not even up and running yet. There's not even a page saying coming soon. We wanted to do it right and offer a website experience that will be easy and not a lot of blinking lights. So until then, all you have to do is call 888-959-8854. That's 888-959-8854. Or just come to our warehouse at 1975 Juniper Lake Road in West End. 2468cigars.com, the new choice in online cigars.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postlethwaite have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at reliveitremodeling.com. recycling.com.
American Water Treatment Services has been providing the best water purification systems for over 25 years to Moore County residents and the surrounding area. Our mission is to provide you with the best environmental products to improve the quality of water in your home, improving both your family's well-being and overall health. American Water Treatment's professionally trained technicians assure you that our equipment fits your home and family's needs. Our local water guys, Paul and Marty, own the business and collectively have had 30 years of water treatment experience. American Water Treatment is fully insured with a AAA Plus Better Business Bureau rating. Call for a free in-home water analysis at 910-944-3140 or go online to AmericanWTS.com. We at American Water Treatment can do just about anything with your water except walk on it. Call 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys.
Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail division of Quantico Tactical, is once again open to the public, offering the best price and selection of modern firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Proven Arms is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical on Highway 211 east of Aberdeen and on the web at ProvenOutfitters.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back, one local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Built Homes, the Sandhills' #1 home builder, developer, and remodeler. With over 1,500 homes built in Moore County, we earn our name every day. Quality Built Homes, 910-944-7453.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. Some of you out there, even friends of mine, think I go too far sometimes when I criticize politicians. I hate that you feel that way, but I've got no intention of changing. Moore County is not the same place it was last year. We have solid conservatives in almost all of our elected positions, and that didn't happen because people were afraid to speak out. It took a lot of candidates speaking out, not worrying about being accused of divisiveness. It took folks willing to point out things that were wrong. A fear of speaking out has led to the phenomenon of wokeness. It's led to the false claim that all white people are racist, a claim that's fueled by the left, but it's a lie. Want to hear the latest? Time magazine had an article claiming that exercise is racist. What are we supposed to do? Just shut up and agree because it might offend someone? We've got lazy leftists who listen to this station, and I say lazy because they're not capable of thinking for themselves, and even if they could, they're too lazy to do so. They're constantly playing the part of the victim. They're victims because of their gender, or their age, or their race, or religion. I say, you are the ones fueling the flames of discord. Not me, not Hensley, not the people here to fight for change. Every time a foolish claim is made, it gets worse. And pretty soon, something like exercise is considered racist. And the left tells us, well, just go along with it. Don't speak up, because if you do, they'll consider you a bigot. I hope all of you have a good day. From the Zumwalt Zone.
Expect highs to reach the lower 50s and lower 60s today. We're going to see partly cloudy conditions into the afternoon. It's going to be a pleasant one out there if you want to get outside. By tonight, we're down into the lower 30s, and then we'll see highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. Do anticipate our next front to arrive on Thursday. It's going to bring rain and thunderstorms into our region with cooler temperatures to follow the weekend. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at Talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Good morning. How are you?
All right, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day.
How are you so happy?
I'm optimistic.
I'm optimistic. We talked about this on Tuesday.
Hey, it's only Tuesday.
Tuesday's another one of my trigger words!
Yeah, I know.
But, you know,
Every day above ground is a good day.
Yeah, it is.
okay, well, let's get it started then.
It's showtime.
So they give you joy my neck can bring. Baby, do they bring you happiness? Darling, you're no different from the rest. Can't you see that it's love you really need? Take my hand and I'll show you what love could be. Before it's too late. Mama don't want you, Daddy don't want you. Give it up, baby, baby.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. Time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. And don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's coming at you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the homepage is where the video link is located. In the upper right-hand corner of every page is a different link that says On the Air, Listen Live. Click that once you're listening that quick to our broadcast signal 24 hours a day. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. It's going to be a nice one. Partly cloudy with a high of 54 tonight, clear 34. Tomorrow warmer, 59 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Thursday 64. Won't get into Friday because you're going to get wet. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are calm, pressure 30-43, dew point 30, humidity 77%. It is sunny and 37 degrees currently here. Let's make it 38. It just jumped. 38 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is Tuesday, time for the Hensley Report. David Hensley with that, and we also have Stephen Woodward in the studio with you. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Moore County, and welcome to the Hensley Report. We do have a special guest. We have none other than the dapperly dressed Mr. Steve Woodward.
Good morning, David. Thank you for having me on this beautiful day.
Yes, I'm not sure I've ever seen bright orange buttons on a button-down shirt.
Well,
Steve, you pull it off.
And it's not made in China either, by the way.
Very good.
How far did you chase him to get it?
Huh?
On many days, today is not the day, but on many days, I can say that from head to toe, I'm wearing 100% American-made apparel.
That's what you want to shoot for.
Yep,
that's the goal.
Yep. It's difficult, and, it is not, it does cost money, but, yep. So, anyway, you're looking awful dapper. We got a lot to talk about today.
We do.
So yesterday, if anyone, for those paying attention, yesterday was a school board meeting, and second school board meeting of the new of your new school board, and I have to say that we are demonstrating fiscal responsibility, return of accountability and consequences to Moore County schools. We have a huge rise in volunteerism in our schools. Our new operations officer is hitting the ground running and, addressing and fixing long-term issues like our transportation system. Miss Jenny Purvis, welcome aboard. And, we've taken steps to ban, we have effectively, blocked social media during school hours and on our school network so that our students can, focus on education, not, goofing off on TikTok and Facebook and whatnot.
Or being inspired to
make fight videos or
exactly, whatever. Being inspired by social media to misbehave and incite violence and, the things that were so status quo only, what was it, 2 months ago?
Right, yeah. So, well, let's start with that because, a lot of people are concerned about the lack of discipline and the violence in our schools. And I cannot talk to specific issues, right? I mean, I just cannot do that because of various laws and regulations, but I can talk in generalities. And let me say this, the previous school board in 6 years had no law enforcement referrals, no criminal referrals, and 1 long-term suspension. And because of that and other woke policies that they implemented, you saw these horrible fight videos. And for those just tuning in, this isn't wasn't like, two guys duking it out, during lunch, and then, in the afternoon they're at football practice together. These are examples of, one is a girl dragging another girl across the back of seat buses by her hair. Imagine your 6th grade girl getting dragged across the back of seat buses by her hair while other kids are punching the girl getting dragged in the face. Other fights where 6th graders, middle schoolers, hit teachers or hit faculty members. This became routine because of the woke policies of the previous board. So we're bound and determined to fix this, and I cannot talk generalities, but I can say the previous board, 0 criminal referrals, 0 long-term suspensions in 6 years. In the 2.5 months since the election, we are up to 7 criminal referrals. And we are serious about, and we are, if somebody wants to fight in our schools, and, there is no third chance, second offenders and any fights or violence that involves faculty or staff or rises to a certain level, automatic criminal referral to the juvenile justice system, and as long as suspensions as we can deal out under North Carolina law. This board and this superintendent is 100% focused on restoring discipline in our students and ensuring the safety of our faculty, staff, and students. And we're going to use every tool available to us to achieve that.
And I think that's why it's important that you all continue the discussion that was launched yesterday about classroom cameras. I know one board member was dismissive of it, but you have to consider that option when in the very same board meeting you have citizens, and in particular one student who stood up practically begging for the board to do something about the violence in our schools. This is targeted violence. This is not random playground fighting, as you referenced.
Yep.
And this is there's no place for this in Moore County School. Well, in any school district, but certainly not in one where we have so many kids who want to learn, and they should not be denied.
Well, that's the point. And the focus of the previous board was 100% on rehabilitating the perpetrator and ensuring that perpetrator felt loved and suffered no consequences. The focus of this board is on the students who are there and the vast majority of students, the 98% of students who are there to learn and improve themselves. And we got to make sure that the victims don't get punished. So anyway, look, we're going to get that genie back in the bottle. We could talk for, 2 segments about school violence and cameras in the classroom, but let's move on to something else.
Yes, I wanted to propose this morning that we actually rename the body that you are now vice chairman of to the Board of Inspiration, because that's certainly the feeling that I took away from monitoring yesterday on YouTube. The end of condescension in the air was apparent. That the board was congenial with one another. They were respectful of those in attendance, of the staff that presented to them. It was very productive, and it was certainly a very long day for you all, with a work session in the morning, followed by the public session at 5:30. But I will say that the most inspiring part of what I saw yesterday was the presentation by our local businessman, Ron Jackson, and the incredible offer that he is making to our public school system.
Yeah, so before we get to that, let me hit one other thing that people may not have noticed. I've been a critic of catered lunches and dinners for the school board because it's just a waste of funds. I don't care if it's $100. Secondly, that food didn't just appear. It's personal servitude. Someone had to figure out what people want to eat. Someone had to order it. Someone had to go get it. And we're there to serve, not be served. So what we did is what normal adults would do is
send out for pizza.
Well, no. When it got time for lunch, we went into recess and we drove drove up to Carthage Elementary, and we grabbed a tray and we stood in line with the elementary school students, and we had lunch with the elementary school students, and we talked to the, had a good conversation with the principal, had a good conversation with the lunch ladies, and, we're going to continue to do that. No more servitude, no more catered meals. We can, in the case of a dinner, we can, an evening meeting, we can show up already fed. In the case of an all-day work session, we're going to go into recess, and we're just going to drive to a school and eat what the faculty, staff, and students are eating.
What did you eat?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
I had a chicken sandwich with baked beans and chocolate milk. I am proud to report that the chocolate milk was high fructose corn syrup free. It was flavored with real sugar and cocoa. And, it is elementary school diet is not my normal diet, but for what it was certainly, decent food.
Sounds
delicious. Did you go away hungry?
I did not. I was very satisfied. But anyway, back to the volunteerism. This is awesome. We got an email about a week ago, and by the way, it shows how a couple things so we got an email last week from our, Mr. Zumwalt, J.D. Zumwalt, saying that Ron Jackson, a local contractor and sponsor of WEEB, does all kinds of great things in the community, that he wanted to volunteer time and materials to, help us repair schools. So we sent that to the superintendent, and that was last week. And then I asked them if they would come and appear at our work session. And, oh, by the way, in the intervening 3 days, our new operations officer, Miss Jenny Purvis, former president and principal of Northmore High School, she had already arranged and got this whole thing set up. So they're taking action. But the gist of the matter is that Ron Jackson, local contractor, home builder, he's got, turns out, 70-plus craftsmen, 70-plus tradesmen, plus his suppliers. I don't know who his suppliers are, Builders First Source or whatever. They are all willing to donate their time and materials. And the concept is Miss Purvis gets a list, a punch list from local principals, say, Robbins Elementary principal, or, McDeeds Creek principal, or Carthage Elementary. A principal gives them a punch list of projects they want done, and then these Ron Jackson and this group of 70-plus tradesmen, they're going to plan, the repairs, they're going to get the supplies, and then they're just going to show up on a Saturday, and they're going to do all this maintenance for this school free of charge to the taxpayers, just as a community service. And I want to know...
I might point out that this isn't the first time thing for Ron. He gives a lot of himself to a lot of projects, and
yes,
he's never selfish with his money.
Well, and Moore County Schools has done their best to discourage volunteerism. In the past, not under my school board, but in the past, we've had people who have volunteered, for example, to build a new gym, an additional gym for Pinecrest. And the only thing that gentleman asked was that the gym be named after his wife, his deceased wife, and they turned him down.
Yeah.
The only thing they should have asked that man is, sir, how big do you want the letters?
That's right.
And how do you spell it so we get it right?
Right. How do you spell Glenda, or whatever?
Just think if you eliminate all the bureaucracy of consultants and architects and just brick by brick, bit by bit, punch list by punch list, improve our schools, what a blessing that will be to the community.
Well, so it gets better than that. So during when Ron Jackson and J.D. were in front of the school board, somebody, I think it might have been Bob Levy, someone said, "Sir, don't you own a former Moore County school property?" And Ron Jackson said, "Yeah." And I bought the former Aberdeen Primary, and then someone asked him, didn't you put air conditioning in the gym? And Ron Jackson's like, yeah. And then so anyway, Ron Jackson said that he bought the building, and for $35,000, he put air conditioning and a new roof on that gym. And he said that he closed on the gym, and a day later he had a new roof on it.
That's because he's a meticulous planner. He made that clear, and he made it clear that the efficiency level of going in and improving our schools would be part of his plan. That he actually said that we'll go in on a Saturday morning like a whirlwind, and we'll leave the same way. Everything will be better than we found it. And by the way, don't offer us a free lunch because we want our guys to go home and be with their families.
Yeah, by noon.
We'll be out by noon.
Right. And compare that literally in yesterday's school board meeting, we had a businessman at Pierre who stated, not only did he state this, but he did it. He in 1 week spent $35,000 putting air conditioning and a new roof on a gym. $35,000 in a week. He had the roof the day after he bought the building. Compare and contrast that with our former operations officer's plan and the former school board plan to spend literally $2.5 million per gym in a 3-year project. $2.5 million in 3 years versus $35,000 and, a week or so.
It would have, it boggles the mind. And I have to say that the other area of generosity with Ron Jackson is that not only did he convert that gym, he has now made it available to the community. It's been actually named informally Freedom Hall.
Yep.
He has offered it to the Moore County Republican Party for functions, other organizations.
All they have to do is call Ron's secretary and book it,
right.
and
Freedom Hall,
and agree to clean up after themselves.
Exactly. And also, in the lead up to the fall elections, he has been providing his Highway 1 sign at the Southern Pines Car Wash to us so that we can display inspirational messages.
That is so awesome.
And we use that literally to promote the candidacies of our now victorious school board members. So he played a role in that as well.
You should put up a "We love you, Ron" message.
I think it's that's a very good idea. I'll get right on that.
So anyway, volunteerism. Let me say this too, and it's not just and we're very appreciative of Mr. Jackson and his company and all the tradesmen and his suppliers that are going to help us in this endeavor. We are bound and determined to put the community back in our community schools. Not only are our future schools we're going to build be smaller, 350 to 500 student community schools versus these giant factory 800-seat schools that the previous board built. But we want volunteers and we want the community involved in our schools, and not just in a superficial way. For some reason the left stiff arms people. They give them the Heisman on volunteers. We want volunteers in our schools. I sat there for 2 years and I listened to people come up. It was generally African American men. They would come up and they would talk about how they used to come in the schools and they would be bus monitors or they would be mentors for troubled young men or whatnot. And for some reason, 3 or 4 years ago, they all got kicked out. And whether it's tradesmen that want to come in and help us, on our physical plant, or it's parents and citizens that want to volunteer to be bus monitors or be reading mentors or be mentors, leadership mentors for our students, with proper vetting and a proper program. They are all welcome. In fact, board member Pauline Bruno, she has a committee that's her responsibility is volunteerism in Moore County schools, and I know that she's working with organizations like the Moore County Republican Women's Club and others to bring in people to read and help educate our children in reading and writing and stuff. So we are welcoming volunteers back into Moore County schools, which for whatever reason the leftists who controlled our schools didn't want citizens in our schools helping to educate our children.
And they didn't want us they didn't even want us at the school board meetings.
Right. Well, yeah, that's obvious.
We were domestic terrorists just last calendar year. Don't forget that. And by the way, there's still a role to play for parents in continuing to monitor the curriculum. If they're discovering that their children are being taught things that the left is promoting in an insidious manner, that's an important role to play. Obviously, we've seen citizens who have been one by one removing these age-inappropriate books from our school libraries. everybody has a role to play, and that's still an ongoing problem, by the way.
Yeah, well, the left, when they said public schools, all they wanted was your money and your children.
Correct.
Right. We're putting the public back in public schools, where we want the public involved in the education of our children.
And it's an achievable goal.
Yep. So the next thing, how about going through those financials?
I'm glad you did it, and I'm glad you seemed to indicate in the meeting yesterday that we have a finance person now on the Moore County school staff who is up to the task.
So Miss Tina Edmonds, I felt so. Tina Edmonds, who's our CFO, she worked for Moore County Schools, and under the previous regime, I don't know why she left. I suspect she fled the previous regime. Anyway, she worked out of county for a bit, and Dr. Locklear brought her back. And I have to say, although yesterday's meeting where we went over the financials was a bit rough, I have to say that Miss Edmonds gave the most focused. Every document she's given us has been spot on, has been accurate, and it's been exactly the information we needed to make a decision. And in the past, getting that kind of information was like pulling teeth. So kudos on her, but boy, we've got some issues. We've got some financial issues we got to fix in Moore County.
Yeah, $1 million here, $1 million there. After a while, you're talking about real money.
Yeah, well, a couple examples. Well, first, let me throw out a couple factoids that may come as a surprise to people. And this is not David Hensley making this up. This is right out of our financials. And our financials, to paint a picture, they go back and put things into a 10-year perspective, our income for 10 years and this and that. But here's a little factoid. Regardless of what the pilot wants you to believe, regardless of what the previous superintendent wanted you to believe, regardless of all the crocodile tears cried and this and that, we got to do this for the children and whatever, they did to try to get their way. From 2013, over the past decade, from 2013 to 2022, 10 years, the enrollment in Moore County schools, the enrollment of children in Moore County schools in the last decade went up exactly 17 students, 17, less than 20, less than one child per school is the net increase in enrollment in Moore County schools over the last decade. So anyway, I found that interesting. During the same time period, if you exclude construction, which you have to, because, if you exclude construction, spending in Moore County schools went up 34%. So,
yes, and the number of teachers that were hired
was up 46%.
Astronomical.
The number of elementary school teachers went up 46%.
Like 150 additional teachers came on board, and yet we were told that the class sizes are too large. And
there are some inexplicable things that we're going to get to the bottom of, over the coming 6 months or so.
Well, I guess that is a reflection of the fact that we know that the population in Moore County has been surging over the past decade, so it makes no sense that only 17 students came along unless they're all being sent to alternate educational environments.
Those families, the big gainers, the amount of school-age children and school-age families in Moore County has gone up about 25 to 30% over the last decade, and all of that increase, save 17 students, chose charter, private, or homeschooling. Moore County Schools is losing market share to homeschoolers, charter schools, and public schools. And that's the job of and by the way, that all happened under the previous school board. You can see, if you plot out when the previous school board seized power, when they came into office, and the implementation of their woke strategic plan. When they implemented their woke strategic plan, Moore County schools hemorrhage students. You can see it. You can plot it out. And, part of our job is to restore excellence to Moore County schools and make it so, nobody wants to consider anything else other than our public schools.
Well, I hope we get there. By the way, before we go, along those same lines, I learned this morning that the author and Fox News personality Pete Hegseth is coming to Moore County on February 7 at the Sandhills Classical Christian to promote his Battle for the American Mind tour, which is part of a book tour that he's conducting. You can go to the Sandhills Classical Christian website to learn how to purchase tickets February 7 to 9. I also wanted to mention that it was also refreshing to see you all lay out a calendar of upcoming school board meetings this year that will move the board meetings around to different elementary schools, beginning with Cameron on February 13th and West Pines Elementary School on March 13th. That's a great trend.
Yes, we are no longer hiding. Also, we are no longer hiding in the central office behind, a platoon or a squad of SROs. In case anyone has noticed, there have been no more than 2 SROs at our last meeting because our school resource officers are now back in the schools protecting our faculty, staff, and students where they should be. And every school board meeting that we have that's not combined with a work session, work sessions need to be in the central office because, any number of reasons. But every other school board meeting, the other 10 school board meetings we're having throughout the year are at different schools. Some are going to be Southern Pines Elementary. So we are going to have school board meetings throughout the county because we want to welcome citizens throughout the county to attend our meetings.
That's right. Goodbye, metal detectors.
Yep.
All right, guys, good show. And so it goes for this Tuesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for a Hump Day Wednesday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pop businesses you hear on our radio station. They're the core of our economy here in Moore County. It's important to spend local. That keeps the money here and avoids and softens any recession that may be coming or not. But it will boost our economic life, so be a part of it and shop local. And also, if you're looking to increase your business, well, why not advertise with us? We're one of the most effective ways with talk radio. Because you see, people tune in to listen, not as a background service here. All right, so we'll see you back tomorrow and at the dog park this afternoon at 2.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
cares very deeply about the environment. Well, he cared very deeply about the environment. And interesting stuff. But they said that Bolsonaro CIA chief told Bolsonaro government not to mess with elections. So wait a minute, the CIA is involved in threatening the Bolsonaro campaign? That's in 2022. What was the CIA doing about that? The Foreign Policy magazine, how Team Biden tried to coup-proof Brazil's elections. Sunday's election in Brazil will be a test for more than Jair Bolsonaro's integrity. See, because, he's the bad guy, but when the lefty wins, then everything comes out okay, see? Then there's no tampering. There's nothing to see here because the lefty won. This is what information dominance, which is being sought by the Chinese communists, this is what information dominance is about. CIA director urged Bolsonaro to stop doubting Brazil's voting. This is international news. This is The Guardian out of the United Kingdom in May of last year. CIA director urged Bolsonaro to stop doubting Brazil's voting system. Now, that's pretty amazing. Fears Brazilian president might refuse to accept defeat from the guy just released from prison for corruption and money laundering. But it's okay. With the Workers' Party. And CIA Director William Burns urged Jair Bolsonaro to stop questioning his country's voting system. Yeah, what would he know about it? I think the American CIA would know much more about it, wouldn't they? Pretty amazing stuff. Gosh. And then, honestly, the story that popped when Twitter was taken over by Elon Musk, he warned at the time. He said, and it wasn't like on account of nothing. It was on account of he looked at, and the New York Post reported the story, but the New York Times didn't because they're filthy, dirty, rotten filthies, as their mothers often call the reporters. Twitter might have interfered in another national election, Elon Musk said. The social media platforms personnel may have tried to swing the political tide in Brazil toward the left-wing stalwart, Luiz Ignacio Lula da Silva, who ousted the country's far-right leader, Jair Bolsonaro. I still want to know what the far-right thing, how do you get that label? It doesn't take much. Elon Musk said, I've seen a lot of concerning tweets about the recent Brazil election. If those tweets are accurate, Musk said, it's possible that Twitter personnel gave preference to left-wing candidates. That would be Lula, by the way. And Musk tweeted that out on his Twitter account, because he hasn't been canceled. And in response to a user who asked him to get to the bottom of any other national elections that Twitter might have inserted itself into. Poor turn of phrase, but that's right. Within minutes, Musk also faced call for disclosures about recent elections in Israel, India, and Canada. Wow. That's, and it is Lula won the election over Bolsonaro during an October 30th runoff election with 50.9% of the vote. Not 51% of the vote, less than 51% of the vote, but squeaked out 0.9% of the vote is the margin of victory there. And that's a squeaker. That's pretty tight. And then there's been no follow-up on that, of course, because we live in a very corrupt country and a very corrupt time. Remarkable times. And the CIA is all over warning Bolsonaro not to mess with Brazil's election. And why is that? And why are they not rattling the cage of the recently released from prison, convicted on multiple charges of corruption and money laundering, the Workers' Party leftist? The RCIA is not menacing him and threatening him, but they are menacing and threatening Bolsonaro. And Twitter may have been involved in skewing the flow of information in Brazil and Brazil's election. And then the margin of victory is, he wins with 50.9% of the vote, less than 51% of the vote. And nobody raises an eyebrow. They just walk away. And our work here is done. Dusting my hands off here. I'm dusting my hands off. Our work here is done. And why would there be anything to look at here? Nothing to see here.
Okay, folks, show's over. Nothing to see here. Oh, my God, a horrible plane crash. Hey, everybody. everybody, get a load of this flaming wreckage. Come on, crowd around. Crowd around. Don't be shy. Crowd around.
Your news media. Your news media in a nutshell. And when I say nutshell, I think you know what I mean. Also, I mentioned that in Washington, D.C., you know, the left, that'd be the Democrat Party in the United States, they have after-school Satan clubs in schools across America, don't they? Yes, they do. The after-school Satan clubs, and they love the after-school Satan clubs, and they push for that. And to ban the Bible in school, and no religion. And if a high school football coach somewhere in America prays on the field after a football game, thanking the good Lord that none of his young players were injured, then he has to go all the way to the Supreme Court because the left wants to crush him. Because how dare you pray to a Christian God? Support our after-school Satan Club. Send money to the after-school Satan Club and to Planned Parenthood because that's good stuff. And, of course, the drag queen story hour for kindergarten students and all that good stuff. That's good. And at the same time, we've got out-of-control crime and murder rates and madness all over the place. And in Washington, D.C., what did we cross? Well, we have like a murder a day. I haven't checked in the last couple of days, but we're having a murder a day. We're a city of only about 700,000 people, and we're having Chicago, much larger population, for example. But we're having, and pretty much every city, New York, Chicago, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. You know, Spike Lee calls Baltimore Bodymore Murderland, right? And Chiraqistan is Chicago. And in Washington, D.C., we're competing as well when it comes to murder and mayhem and carjackings and crime. But they've killed God in the public square because they don't want competition with the state, not out in public, just like the commies in the Soviet Union and China and Cuba and Nicaragua and various other places. No God, just Satan. And that's the left for you. They're Satan's representatives here on Earth. They killed 100 million people in the 20th century, and now the 21st century is underway, and they're not done yet. See Vladimir Putin, see Communist China, slavery, pay no attention. But here is the story from one of the extreme left-wing fake news outlets in Washington, D.C., WTOP. Is that still CBS? Nobody listens to it anymore. Their ratings are really down the tubes. But here's the headline from them. The headline, quote, "Thou shalt not kill," end quote. Posters coming to D.C. Can they help curb gun violence? The early results are in. They haven't even put up the first poster yet. The early results are in. No. But thanks for one of the 10 commandments. It's kind of a good suggestion. A lot of people have been suggesting this for a long time. You know, as I like to say, because it's true, the problem is not our guns, it's your sons. And you guys should stop raising murderers who have no respect and no regard for human life, starting with Planned Parenthood and the casual 40% African-American abortion rate in the United States of America. And then, there are more than 9,900 African-Americans murdered in the United States last year, a number greater than all the military forces we've lost in combat since September 11th, 2001. A number greater than the number of African-Americans that were killed in the Vietnam War between 1959 and 1975 in just 1 year in the United States. And Al Sharpton hasn't said a word about it, not a peep. Now they think they'll put up posters that say, "Thou shalt not kill." Can that help curb gun violence? Are you saying, I bet the after-school Satan Club will fight against this because, it's one of the 10 commandments. It's biblical. And you can't have that. The city can't back that. Certainly the liberals can't back that. They're going to put these posters on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, which, see the Chris Rock routine about that. So maybe that'll do it, liberals. Yeah, thou shalt not kill. That's an interesting idea. You guys just come up with that?
Could it be?
Plant Show. You're listening to the Chris Plant Show.
Hi, everyone. This is Maria Shaw from the Legal Help Center, here to remind you that if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions about personal injury. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-650-1450. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, John Marquez. So, John, who should call in right now?
Well, Maria, anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, give us a call right now. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. They'll tell you if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-650-1450.
Thanks, John. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now to speak with a live agent for free. Call 800-650-1450 now.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal TV Leads. May not be available in all states.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Has the stock market slumps and instability this year got you concerned? Would you like a way that could protect your retirement when the markets are down? Gold Alliance would like to give you 2 free reports, the Inflation Survival Plan and the Stock Market Correction Plan. Both give actionable insights you can use now that could protect your savings in uncertain times. Absolutely free. Don't wait. Call 800-200-2079. 800-200-2079. 800-200-2079.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Liberty. Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the 3rd generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or 1s or 2s, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Order by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
When you're ready for your next painting project, there's only one place to go for high-quality products. JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines carries premium Benjamin Moore paints for any type of project. Benjamin Moore offers unmatched color and durability, so color will last for years to come. And when you shop JB Short Carpet 1 in Southern Pines, you're not just improving your home, you're supporting a local business too. Benjamin Moore, for everything that matters. JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Bass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
Yeah, Washington, D.C. putting up posters that say, "Thou shalt not kill," the sixth commandment of the Ten Commandments. So it's like the Bill of Rights, right, in the Constitution. The Ten Commandments are an a la carte menu, and you can choose one from column A. There's only one column, and then disregard the rest because they're the left. But it's they've got community activists, and they're very excited about putting up these posters. Philip Pennell, who's executive director of the Anacostia Coordinating Council, it's a nonprofit based in Ward 8 where there's way too much crime. He said that they're going to put the posters up mostly east of the Anacostia, where there's a lot of crime, and the Anacostia River. And he said it's kind of an amazing thing. I read that the D.C. Mayor's Office is providing 1,000 posters that are set to be delivered on Monday. That's yesterday. The owner of bookstore Bus Boys and Poets is underwriting the cost of printing 2,000 posters. So it sounds like it's already a scam, right? Bus Boys and Poets paying for 2,000 posters. The Mayor's Office delivering 1,000 posters. Where'd the rest of the money go? That's what I want to know. What's up with that? All right, let's take a call, even though the clock is ticking. Let's go to Will, calling from Washington, D.C. Will, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hi, Chris. I just wanted to say, I lived in Brazil for 20 years. I was there when Lula was president, and he's more kind of like a Bill Clinton, really, than radical leftist. I mean, everybody made money when he was president, and they do have good memories. I mean, the corruption did happen, but that was the same swamp stuff they've always been doing. So, I would have voted for Bolsonaro the first time, but the second time around, the big money, it was hurting the country too much with the boycotts. So I just wanted to let you know that he does have that record that he can say, "Oh, look, times were good when I was president." So
who was staging the boycotts during Bolsonaro?
Well, I mean this kind of globalists like, the New York Times beating up on them, the NGOs in Europe saying they're burning the Amazon and all that kind of usual propaganda.
Yeah, and it was mostly untrue, right?
Yeah, mostly untrue.
Yeah, and so the worldwide left was ganging up on him and demonizing him and vilifying him, right?
The Democrats, the big machine.
Yeah, the destructo machine.
And the European Union.
Yeah, that's right. That's the Davos crowd and the worldwide left, and the New York Times is part and parcel of that, and Bolsonaro became the villain, the apple of their eye. Just like Trump and just like Elon Musk. The villains must be destroyed.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. California continues to be swept by powerful storms coming in off the Pacific, forcing evacuation of thousands in towns with histories of deadly mudslides.
On Monday, a 5-year-old boy was swept away by floodwaters when his mother's truck became stranded in floodwaters near Paso Robles. Officials have called off that search because water levels are too high. In San Bruno, resident Monty Bolt tells TV station KGO that a huge tree from her yard crashed onto a neighbor's home and car. She says they're okay.
We didn't hear anything, but when we came out the next morning and our neighbors next door text us to say, we've gone to our friends.
Some streets have turned into gushing rivers and mud and rock slides are blocking some roads. I'm Donna Water.
Some documents marked classified have surfaced in a private office at the Penn Biden Center think tank. That's where Mr. Biden maintained an office after he left the vice presidency in 2017 until before he launched his presidential campaign in 2019. The Justice Department is investigating. The new Republican-led House lays the foundation for its work going forward.
The House approved the Republican rules package by a vote of 220 to 213. Outgoing Rules Committee Chairman Jim McGovern used the debate to attack the new GOP coalition.
You know, these rules are not a serious attempt at governing. They're essentially a ransom note to America from the extreme right.
Incoming Rules Committee Chairman Tom Cole says that Congress will be a counterbalance to the Biden administration and Democrats.
With today's rule package, we will also establish a new select subcommittee modeled on the Church Committee to investigate the radical left's weaponization of the federal government in recent years.
Bernie Bennett at the Capitol.
The Dow is up 42 points and NASDAQ ahead 26 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCI News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. Lincoln County Republican Representative Jason Sain says he is prepared to again file a bill to legalize mobile sports betting in North Carolina. Last year, a bill failed by one vote. Guilford County Democrat Representative Tracy Harrison was among those who voted against the legislation last year. She told NCN News.
I think there's a chance we could reach a compromise if we could agree to certain restrictions and protections.
The Justice Department is reviewing documents marked as classified found at President Biden's office at the D.C.-based Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement think tank. The documents date back to when Mr. Biden was vice president. Kentucky Republican Congressman James Comer says
President Biden chimed in and said, I think, quote, how irresponsible it was for Donald Trump to do something like that and question how a mistake like that could be made. Well, Biden made the same mistake, apparently.
On Monday, Duke University sent out an email to students saying that mask mandates may resume on campus if COVID-19 numbers continue to increase in numbers. The student told ABC 11.
I'd be surprised if the mask mandate was brought back, honestly, just because student body, I don't think. Really, I think a very popular opinion is that they hate masks and that they're such a hassle. I don't really have a problem with them.
Most people are feeling the impacts of inflation, and some have even resorted to taking out money from their 401k savings accounts. Certified public accountant Wesley Castine, who is also a tax attorney in Wilmington, tells WWAY.
Not only are you subject to paying the tax on the money that you took out, you also pay a 10% penalty if you make those withdrawals prior to age 59 and a half.
Some California residents have been ordered to evacuate because of rain and mudslides. Captain Brian McGrath with Ventura County Fire Department.
Get these everyone out of the area to higher ground, to a place of safety.
You're listening to NCI News.
2023 is the year of the trail in North Carolina, and it's a call for all of us to explore the many amazing trails of North Carolina, the Great Trails State. Wherever you are in North Carolina, you're likely near a trail, and why not make it your New Year's resolution to try new trails this year? Visit GreatTrailsNC.com for trail ideas and follow @GreatTrailsNC to stay engaged. That's GreatTrailsNC.com. North Carolina is the Great Trails State.
If you pay your city or town for electricity, you live in a public power community. Public power is there when you need it, with a reliability rating of 99.9%. And as a public power customer, you experience fewer outages and faster restoration compared to those served by other electric providers. Better reliability, fewer outages, faster restoration. That's the value of public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
You've changed thousands of diapers, cut off hundreds of crusts, played hours of peekaboo and duck goose because you do anything for your kids. That's why it's so important to protect them with life insurance from State Farm. I'm State Farm Agent Ward Rowland, and I'll make it easy and affordable to help you protect your family no matter what the future holds. Because for people you do anything for, life insurance could mean everything. Call me today. I'm Ward Rowland, your local State Farm agent. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We have a weak disturbance that will be moving through today. We're going to see pleasant conditions and partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s by the afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will fall into the lower 30s with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. We have warming temperatures moving in and rain likely to arrive once we head into Thursday. We'll continue to monitor the severe threat. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
this weekend, Biden traveled to Texas and visited the southern border for the first time since taking office. After walking around for a few hours, Biden said, well, just as I thought, being here did absolutely nothing.
Yes, good jokes, you see. It is good to be a Democrat, isn't it? Your disasters are fodder for a little light comedy late at night, but not to be critical. Don't want to be critical. Just like the classified documents. Wouldn't want to be critical of Joe Biden because, you know, they voted for him, and his classified documents are not the same as classified documents that Donald Trump had in Mar-a-Lago because, you know, at Mar-a-Lago they actually had Secret Service protection of the facility of Mar-a-Lago itself, the club, and the residents. Secret Service protection 24 hours a day, and that's they're only 24 hours in each day, so that's full time. So, yeah, and that's it was under lock and key, and they had already discussed how they should be secured with the FBI, and they had been secured, and then the FBI showed up like you know, they had Al Qaeda in there, and they dressed up in Melania's clothing and the big Melania closet with her very nice clothes, and why were they trolling through her closet all that time in her closet? They spent a lot of time in her closet with her clothes. What was that? That's kind of weird, isn't it? And a weird, wacky stuff. Weird, weird and wacky, crazy. But if you're looking for the big news on the classified documents in Joe Biden's office, you'll find that at the bottom of page 9 in the A section of the Washington Post, and that is their way of saying this is no big deal, nothing to see here. We're going to talk about anything and everything else before we talk about that. And I've got your television news people doing the same thing, letting us know that there's nothing to see here, and that this is not the same as the Trump classified documents, which were under the control of the Secret Service. This is much better, much really not a thing, like the Hillary Clinton classified documents that the FBI and J. Edgar Comey found, and then said, sure, she had a lot of classified and highly classified top secret documents, but we've decided the FBI, under FBI Director J. Edgar Comey, as he's known, that they weren't going to do anything about it. And she hired a company to use BleachBit to destroy more than 30,000 emails that were on her private server that included all kinds of classified documents. They were classified at their point of origin and beyond. And you remember all the terminology we were all compelled to learn just for that news story. And then the FBI said, yeah, we don't really care. And they shrugged, and then they all went on vacation together to St. Bart's and had a little wife swapping at Christmas time, you know, the usual Democrat Party stuff. It's they like that wife swapping. They don't like their own wives, so it's remarkable stuff. But that's no big deal. We've also got all kinds of crazy around the country. So you got your Brazil situation, and you got your classified, and Joe Biden's visit to the border where he didn't see anything. This is great. He didn't see anything at the border because why would he? He didn't go to the places where the people were. They're all sleeping on the sidewalks, and he didn't go there. They just went and had a little photo op, and the media applauded, and the late night pseudo comics made a couple of references to it that were not particularly critical, and now we've moved on. Sure, we're going to have more people come into the country illegally during Joe Biden's first term than came through Ellis Island over the course of the 62 years that Ellis Island was opened and operating as the gateway to the United States of America. And they came in legally and were tested for medical issues. But our southern border, just don't worry your little head about it. Racist, white supremacist. Oh, also, did you see this, in Washington State? It was a couple of weeks ago, you may remember. An electricity relay station was shot out. It was shot and disabled. And it was white supremacists. Remember this? They got this white supremacist boogeyman under every bed and in every closet, hiding in every log pile, every haystack. There are white supremacists everywhere. Except we never see any stories about white supremacists actually doing anything terrible. We just keep hearing about how they're going to. We've been hearing it for years now. And when this electricity, the relay station, was shot out in Washington State a few weeks ago, the news media, representing the Democrat Party, They were going on and on about white supremacists. Apparently white supremacists like darkness. They don't like electricity. Is that what I'm to understand? I thought it was the left that didn't like electricity because it's killing Mother Earth and the planet and causing floods in California and things like that. Terrible floods in California. It's because it's a desert region and they're on the Pacific Ocean, and every now and then a big storm comes along and dumps a bunch of water on a desert region, and that causes flooding because it doesn't absorb the water into the soil very well. But pay no attention to that. I lived in Santa Barbara for 7 years. Every now and then you have a big storm, and it's not good. But setting that aside, that's not the most important thing. There are many crazy important things here. And the Biden documents, big. The Biden border visit, big. These are big things. I love Washington, D.C. putting up "Thou shalt not kill" posters around Washington, D.C., figuring maybe that'll help. And I'm not sure that it will, to tell you the truth. I'm not sure that's going to have a major impact. The problem is, I'm fond of saying, the problem is not our guns. The problem is your sons. That really is the big problem. There's a story on the front page of the Washington Post today, below the fold. Gun shot by 6-year-old was mom's, Virginia police say. You may have heard about the 6-year-old student in school using a 9mm handgun to shoot his lovely young school teacher. And it is completely crazy. The teacher tore through the teacher's hand. I think she graduated from college in like 2019 and wanted to become a school teacher. She was at the Richnick Elementary School in Newport News, Virginia. And the young teacher was shot. Her name is Abigail Zwerner, Z-W-E-R-N-E-R. Abigail Zwerner was the teacher. And on Friday in Newport News, Virginia, she was shot by a 6-year-old. The 6-year-old brought a 9mm handgun to school and shot his teacher. And she survived, but she was shot through the hand. She held up her hand, was shot through the hand, bullet through her hand, 9mm bullet through her hand and then into her chest. And the 6-year-old was then restrained by a school representative. Newport News Police Chief Steve Drew credited Zwerner with saving the lives of other students because after being shot, she's a 25-year-old young woman, ushered 16 to 20 students to safety from her Richnick Elementary School classroom. And it's an amazing story. It's an appalling story. It's a horrifying story. And it is a story of America today, not about not about the Second Amendment or firearms, but about parents and parenting and children. And the problem is not our guns, it's your sons. And when I say it's your sons, that, I'm indicting the parents for raising children that go around shooting people. Because my mother raised 6 boys, basically all by herself. And not one of us, as far as I'm aware, has yet shot anyone. But this is a crazy world that we're building here. Once the school was deemed safe, the principal, the police chief, Drew, said investigators entered the classroom. I wonder how long that was. Should we remember in Texas when the police didn't go in fast enough, but it took some time. Investigators entered the classroom, and listen to this. Found the 9mm Taurus handgun next to the boy's desk. The gun, Police Chief Drew said, was on the ground, or the floor, probably not a dirt floor in the classroom, was on the ground, the floor, when the child was being restrained, though it was not immediately clear how it got there, how the gun got to the floor. It's probably gravity. I'm thinking gravity might have been one of the forces at play there. Not immediately clear how it got there. They also found a single spent shell casing, a cell phone, and a backpack nearby. So wait a minute. The 6-year-old showed up at school with a backpack, had a 9mm Taurus handgun, and a cell phone? I think the cell phone might be the most ridiculous part. But the 6-year-old with a backpack, a 9mm Taurus, and a cell phone. clues. These are clues along the way, okay? They don't name the mother, the parent. They don't name the kid. They don't use any names at all. The 6-year-old shooter, they said the police interviewed the 6-year-old shooter and the mother. There's no mention of a father anywhere here. The problem is not our guns. It's your sons. The police chief talked to the mom. Where's the dad? No mention of the dad. Not anywhere in here. So legal experts said it would be difficult to charge the boy, 6 years old, with a crime because under Virginia law, children under the age of 7 are presumed to be unable to form intent to commit an illegal act. Now, George Parker III said at a Monday news conference that the shooting was prompting a review of security at local schools. So now they're going to have magnetometers for kindergarten, because they got 6-year-olds. You've got a little boy. What grade are you in 6th grade? That's first grade. So you're in first grade when you're 6 years old. I don't know these things. Rich Neck Elementary School will be closed for a week, longer than the 2-day closure previously announced. The school will hold a town hall on Thursday, during which Parker said officials may announce new security measures. He said Friday's shooting was the second in a school in Newport News in 17 months. Can I see the children and the parents, please? I'd like to see them at a press conference or in court or somewhere. Zwerner, the young woman that was shot, 25-year-old school teacher, lives in Williamsburg, Virginia, is a native of Rockersville, Virginia, according to her Facebook page. Zwerner graduated from James Mason University College of Education in 2019, just a few years ago, and obtained a master's degree from the same school in 2020. Brand new teacher. Boy, she wanted to help the kids, wanted to go into a rough neighborhood, The spokeswoman said Zwerner and her relatives did not respond to requests for comment, which is smart. Whenever the press calls, do not respond to requests. They're there to harm you. That's what the news media's role is. Brittany Gregory, whose son was in the class at the time, told the Washington Post that Zwerner's first grade class was in a small reading group and about to switch to art when the 6-year-old opened fire. Gregory described the teacher, Zwerner, as her son's favorite teacher. Gregory said Zwerner was bubbly and outgoing and sometimes left notes in her son's backpack with little notes like, "I hope you had a great day," and "want you to know your smile is contagious." What a nice teacher. Does your son's teacher do stuff like that? No? Sounds like a very nice teacher. Sounds like a very nice person. So Garcia said he's contemplating removing his son. Another parent who has a son in this child in the school said he's talking about removing his son from the school if security doesn't improve. Said he wants to hear more from school officials about what they can plan to do to keep guns from campus. Now, what you got to do is keep the parents with kids that shouldn't have kids and shouldn't be parents away from school. The problem is not the tool. The problem is the parenting of the child. And if you have a 6-year-old child and your child is playing with your gun, gosh, there's a lot to talk about. I want to go to calls, but we got to take a break now because of the clock. We have this clock thing that's going on in here. But that is a horrible, terrible, ridiculous story. And they're not using the name of the mother. There is apparently no father in the picture. They're not using the name of the 6-year-old, of course. We don't know a lot about it. But now they're going to have magnetometers at all the schools because a mother raising a son, I'm making quotation marks with my fingers, gave her son the opportunity to take his cell phone, the backpack, and, of course, the Taurus 9mm to school to shoot everybody's favorite teacher. Sure. I'm guessing there might be some Democrat voters involved here somewhere. I don't want to go on any limbs here, but, guns don't kill people. Democrats do, as Joe Biden likes to say.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BROOKS91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Everyone can boost their digital confidence with NordVPN. All it takes is one simple click. NordVPN will block online trackers, hide your virtual location, and secure your devices from malware-infected downloads. It will also block access to malicious websites. So catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. Enjoy more private and secure internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Attention, per the current government mandate, U.S.-based insurers are now required to cover at-home COVID testing kits with no out-of-pocket fees to you. If you have a current insurance plan, you are eligible to receive up to 8 COVID-19 tests shipped to you each month absolutely free, as long as the government mandate is in effect. Just visit testkitforfree.com to register now from the comfort of your own home. That's testkitforfree.com to receive your tests shipped to you at no cost. Go to testkitforfree.com today. Paid for by T. Euro Health.
Today on Hey Culligan, smooth skin and soft hair comes from where? Here's Mike.
Hey Culligan, I've tried every conditioner, lotion, and body wash known to man, and my skin still feels like sandpaper.
It could be your water, Mike.
Oh, that's harsh.
More like hard water. Are you interested in smart high-efficiency water softeners from Culligan Water?
Huh?
Want baby smooth skin and soft, luxurious hair?
Yeah, can you hurry? I have a date tonight.
We're already on the way, Mike. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test from a local Culligan Water expert at Culligan.com. Culligan Water expert at Culligan.com.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Kay, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
Is your village, town, community, or HOA in need of road repairs? Being proactive is the key to staying ahead of the curve and implementing an effective asphalt repair program that can improve efficiency and reduce citizen complaints. Give Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services a call at 910-673-1318 to see what they can do for you. In addition to their normal asphalt paving, asphalt overlays, crack sealing, seal coating, and striping, Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services has also implemented its asphalt patching operation through the use of a pothole patch truck equipped with a heated hopper. The patch truck can keep hot mix asphalt for a period of 72 hours, thereby extending the life of the asphalt from 1 to 2 hours with the dump truck. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318, 910-673-1318.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
You know, the Washington, D.C., the government, they're going to put up posters around Washington saying, "Thou shalt not kill," the 10th commandment. And they're going to ignore the other 9 commandments because those aren't really in their wheelhouse. And I'm thinking we should have them made up and put them all around Planned Parenthood clinics in Washington, D.C. But, you know, we'd be arrested for that. There'd be pre-dawn raids by the FBI like we were at Mar-a-Lago or something. The FBI and selective prosecution. There's also a story in the Washington Post today about birth and pregnancy and how people have periods. Not women, but people. And there's a guy, where is he, Michael? The guy that changed his gender.
Ecuador.
He's in Ecuador, in South America. And he declared himself to be a woman because he's in the middle of a custody fight for his kids with his wife. So I said, you know, I'm a woman too. I think it's probably the way to play it. That could work. You never know. I don't know. Maybe in Ecuador, maybe not. California, I think that'll work. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Ross calling from Front Royal, Virginia. Ross, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much for taking my call. Longtime listener and an ardent fan of you. I am perplexed in all that. I had 2 sons that I raised at a very young age to be familiar with firearms. I started them literally at that same age, 6, 7, 8, and I took them to the range. I started off on a little .22 caliber Walters P22 pistol because it was a size, but I stood behind them and I basically held the pistol, but I wanted them to understand exactly what it was. And I cannot tell you the gazillion times that we repeated the basic gun safety rules that are taught by the NRA and other gun rights organizations about firearms. And so they learned, and each and every day we did that. I learned the same thing when I was at that age by my father that went on. And I ask that everybody remember this, and if you care about the Second Amendment, especially in the Commonwealth of Virginia, please be this upcoming lobby day in Richmond, because the other side is going to lambaste our Second Amendment rights if we don't stand up for them.
You bet your bottom dollar. And let me tell you, I chuckled a little bit because when I introduced firearms to my household, the first thing I bought was a Walther P22 for training, just going through the mechanics, using, loading the magazine, inserting the magazine, racking, cleaning. It's a good starter pistol, isn't it? And,
yes, it is.
And you used a word a couple of times there, Ross. You used the word father. See, that's kind of a big thing in this discussion. That's missing in all too many cases. And your father did it, and then for you. And then you, as father to your sons, did it for and with your sons. And that's responsible parenting. And that's probably the key to everything in this country.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
You
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Cooper Auto Choice in Southern Pines wants to give you the gift of a great deal on a great set of wheels this holiday season. Let Cooper Auto Choice show you how easy it is to buy a quality, pre-owned vehicle in Southern Pines. Come in today and see Cooper Auto Choice's huge inventory of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with a great selection of vehicles under $15,000 with no games, no gimmicks, and upfront honest pricing from the name you can trust. You have a choice this holiday season. Cooper Auto Choice in Southern Pines. Start shopping now at CooperAutoChoice.com.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
We have a weak disturbance that will be moving through today. We're going to see pleasant conditions and partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s by the afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will fall into the lower 30s with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. We have warming temperatures moving in and rain likely to arrive once we head into Thursday. We'll continue to monitor the severe threat. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
The paper this morning, the use of language caught our eye at home, my best girl and I, combing through the awful, terrible Washington Post. Under economy and business, I think it's this is their lead story, under economy and business. Medication abortions changed the landscape. This is business. Say this is. Here's how to navigate it. It's helpful abortion tips. FDA allows retail pharmacies to sell pills where procedure is legal. It's a procedure. And the FDA changed rules. So now you don't have to go to your doctor. You can just go to the pharmacy and say, hey, I'm preggers and I want to get some abortion pills. Can you help me out? And they say, yeah, sure. The FDA has changed the rules under Joe Biden to make it much easier, especially in neighborhoods of color. That's NOC, neighborhood. Okay. And it says, for the first time, retail pharmacies can dispense abortion medication pills. Why do they add the word medication? They're medication pills. It's abortion medication pills directly to customers, see, without a doctor, in states where the procedure is legal. Now, see, FDA retail pharmacies to sell pills where procedure is legal, and then that's in the subheadline, and then in the first paragraph, the procedure is legal. After the Food and Drug Administration made a long-sought rule change last week, long sought by Beelzebub and the After School Satan Club. The subsequent decisions by CVS and Walgreens, the two largest drugstore chains in the United States, to seek certification to offer the pills as required under the rule change, are expected to expand access to the procedure. There's a procedure. It's 3 times in like as many sentences here. Still, the two-drug regimen, it's a two-drug regimen, is unlikely to be available at neighborhood pharmacies anytime soon. Analysts said the implementing the requirement to response, see it's going to take a little time, including being able to maintain provider confidentiality and track shipments, are time-consuming and may dissuade smaller stores from participating. But the funny, so they got the procedure, and they're excited, and the FDA rule change. You don't need a doctor now. Just go to your pharmacy, and do you know your pharmacist? Just go get maybe you should stockpile them just in case. Can you get them from men? Because, I might get pregnant. I saw. You may remember the Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was asked during her confirmation hearing by, who was the senator?
Marsha Blackburn.
Oh, yeah, it was Senator Marsha Blackburn. Can you tell me what a woman is?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Nope.
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't.
No.
You can't?
No.
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
She's not a biologist. She's not a medical doctor like Jill Biden is. So she should really be the Surgeon General or the Attorney General or something, because she's a hell of a doctor. I heard Whoopi Goldberg said she's a hell of a doctor. She should probably be Surgeon General. The medication abortion involves taking 2 drugs that have been shown to be safe, a safe way to terminate pregnancies. Listen to this now. It's safe for whom? That's it's kind of another gun analogy occurred to me, but I'll leave that alone. To terminate pregnancies in the first 10 weeks of gestation, which begins on the first day of a person's last menstrual cycle. See, a person's last menstrual cycle. Because as we all know, men have menstrual cycles too. I've seen this again and again. It's all over the place. Men, they got pregnant men. Who was it? There was another, there was a cartoon. Who was it, like Batman, the Joker? It was the Joker in the Batman thing, got pregnant and was giving birth, right? The Joker, who last time I looked, the Joker was a man, I thought. Wasn't the Joker a man? And the Joker got pregnant. And there's the guy in Ecuador. My best girl and I were in Ecuador a few years ago on our sea cruise. Went to Quito, and then we went to the, you got your Charles Darwin and all your the Galapagos Islands and all that good stuff. My computer just went black on me because that's how that works.
If you've never met a Planned Parenthood baby, I'm happy to let you know that I am one.
Yeah, and the guy, I love that's AOC. She's a Planned Parenthood baby. She escaped. She tunneled out. They had a scheme. Colonel Hogan and LeBeau and Kinchlow and the whole gang, they tunneled her out, and she got out, went into town, had a nice German meal. Everything was okay. She's a Planned Parenthood baby. She's a survivor. Got out under the wire just in time. Pretty amazing stuff, got to tell you. Yeah. And in Ecuador, it's a custody battle in court with his wife over the kids, and he declared himself to be a woman because he thinks that will give him a better chance of winning the custody of his children. Very, very good. Very nice. All right, I'd like to go to a telephone call. Let's go to a telephone call. Let's go to Charlie calling from McLean, Virginia. Charles, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Oh, hi, Chris. Good to talk to you. Love your show and love your music. It gives me flashbacks to the 60s and 70s. What I was trying to say is it's really funny how if you think about when the Tea Party had the demonstration in D.C., and one of my cousins was involved in that, it was so peaceful that they were sitting there trying to find violence in the group, and they couldn't find it. So they marched out the Black Caucus and made up hearing racial slurs, and you know, the left was totally devastated by that. And then, of course, got into the IRS getting in after Tea Party members and all that, trying to control that. And then we come to the January 6th, and that they were afraid it was going to be as peaceful as the Tea Party demonstration, so they had people instigating violence. And of course, the violence that was demonstrated during January 6th doesn't even compare what happened in the summer with Antifa and BLM, you know, where they actually burned down things and hurt people. It's just like, how can we not say that there was instigators in that movement to make patriots look bad?
Well, you know, we're still trying to figure out what happened to Ray Epps, who is on video stirring up trouble, saying we're going into the Capitol on January 5th, the night before, in downtown D.C., trying to stir up a mob. Then he's outside the Capitol, Ray Epps, on January 6th, trying to stir up the mob. And he's on video doing it. And he was on the original FBI most wanted list. And then it was discovered that he had a relationship with the FBI of some kind. And then he was no longer on the FBI's most wanted list, and nobody's asking any questions about him. And who was it? Charlie Kirk the other day, I don't want to give credit to the wrong person, that suggested that, hey, is Ray Epps in Brazil? Because, you know, the news media is saying, oh, it's just like January 6th, January 6th. Of course, nearly 3 months after January 6th, the U.S. Capitol Police officer William Evans was murdered by a radical left-wing racist terrorist who launched a suicide attack against the police with a giant knife and crashed his car into the U.S. Capitol Police officers, murdering Officer William Evans. And that didn't really get a lot of news coverage because that doesn't fit the narrative. Also, I mentioned yesterday, and this is kind of a crazy story, that the police officer that shot and killed Ashley Babbitt while unarmed was given general officer housing at Andrews Joint Base Andrews Air Force Base, where Air Force One is. It's an Air Force, and he shot and killed a 12-year Air Force veteran while unarmed, a woman, and then he was given housing, very strangely perhaps, at Joint Base Andrews for a lengthy period of time. And that is a completely crazy story. I mentioned this yesterday, and I'd like to have somebody explain that to me. You know, he's probably in grave danger because white supremacists, like the white supremacists that allegedly shot out the electrical transformer in Washington State, then we learned that it was a couple of crazy nuts that were planning on perpetrating a burglary and wanted to knock out the alarm system. Pretty elaborate plan of the place they were planning on burgling. Just amazing stuff. This is the world we live in. And the Democrats love to talk about disinformation and misinformation. The reason primarily is because they are the kings of misinformation and disinformation. And they insist on and they demand information dominance in all realms. And this is why they're so furious about Elon Musk and taking over Twitter, and why they directed the evil forces of the universe against him in the same way that they did against President Trump, right? Because when you cross the left, they unleash the dogs of hell on you. They did that on Donald Trump because he wasn't supposed to win. Hillary Clinton was supposed to win. And they've done it to Elon Musk because he took away one of the arrows in their quiver to control information. And besides the Twitter people and Jack Dorsey and the hacks there, notice he's disappeared off the face of the planet. And what's he worth? How many tens of billions of dollars is he worth? And he's vanished. And he's in the middle of this great controversy, but he's just gone. He's on his submarine going to his hollowed-out volcano somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. Pretty amazing stuff. But if you cross the left, then the universe collapses on you. Donald Trump wasn't supposed to win. Hillary Clinton was. The forces of the universe were directed against him. And why Ray Epps? Nothing. He just walks away. Hillary Clinton, she destroyed tens of thousands of emails and classified emails, and that's no big deal. Joe Biden, classified emails found in his office just days before Election Day, and there are no leaks, and the news media didn't find out, the public didn't find out until just hours ago about these classified documents, even though it was known before the midterm elections, before Election Day, and it was not made public. Now, just to clarify this, the inside records that I got there are records, they're Department of Defense records, that show that the U.S. Capitol Police paid for housing Lieutenant Michael Byrd, who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt, right? He shot and killed an unarmed U.S. Air Force veteran, a woman, in the Capitol. The alleged crime was trespassing, so I had to shoot her and kill her. And the press and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, applauded that. It's the only deadly police shooting of an unarmed woman that they wholeheartedly approve of. But they put up Ashley Babbitt's killer, Lieutenant Michael Byrd, at an Air Force hotel, the Presidential Inn, on the Joint Base Andrews, which is a U.S. Air Force base, and the Navy operate on part of it as well, with fighter jets. They put him in a distinguished visitor's suite, and his pet, a dog or a cat, for 7 months. For 7 months, they put him up at taxpayer expense at Joint Base Andrews, just outside where Air Force One is, and the Air Force executive transport aircraft are. So how ironic is that a 12-year Air Force veteran at the Capitol on January 6th is shot and killed by U.S. Capitol Police officer, Lieutenant Michael Byrd, and then he's put up at an Air Force base at the Distinguished Visitors Suite, the Presidential Inn, and this is where they accommodate normally general officers and flag officers. You got to be a 1-star general, 2, 3, 4-star general, or admiral, 1, 2, 3, 4-star admiral to stay at this place. But he shot and killed the protester in the Capitol, and so they put him up for 7 months at taxpayers' expense. Were they pretending he was in danger or something? Brett Kavanaugh had an assassin outside of his home. Why didn't they put him up at secure Air Force Base? The Democrat would-be killer of Supreme Court justices wanted to murder 3 Supreme Court justices. When Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot, Ferguson, Missouri. Remember, hands up, don't shoot didn't happen. And Michael Brown attacked the police officer in his car, tried to strip his gun away from him. Michael Brown was shot while the police officer was still inside his car. Hands up, don't shoot never happened, but I do have a hands up, don't shoot t-shirt, which, is a collector's item. People still wear them. Radical leftists still wear them at the protests, right? Hands up, don't shoot, never happened, but that's okay. Not a thing. Not a problem. This is a crazy city full of corrupt people. And our news media is the most corrupt institution in America. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, this should be a big news story, but it's not because the Democrats and the media, but I repeat myself, they love this fatal police shooting of an unarmed woman. They love this one. Now, Michael Brown attacked the police officer. What was his name? Darren Wilson. And he's still in hiding because the left has been promising to murder him because he defended himself against a 6'5", 295-pound, super stoned criminal who perpetrated a strong-armed robbery before he attacked the police officer in his car that morning. And then his corrupt friend, what was his name, something Johnson, Darius Johnson or something, gave that fake hands up, don't shoot story, and the media liked it so much that the police officer's life is still in danger. But this guy shot and killed an unarmed woman who didn't attack the police officer in his car wasn't 6'5" and 295 pounds. But that's okay. It's different being a Democrat, isn't it? And Democrats love police killing people as long as they're, Trump voters. That's, then you're on the side of the angels. The angels of death. The temple of Satan approves too. And then they got after-school activities for your kids. After the Drag Queen Story Hour, they have After-School Satan Club. Putting up posters of Thou Shalt Not Kill in Washington, D.C., thinking that'll reduce crime. That's a good strategy. If you're, what's the word Stanford University prefers? Yeah, neurodivergent. If you're neurodivergent, Stanford University. I said that's preferable. Don't say this is what Stanford said. It's not me. I said don't say retard. Say the person is neurodivergent. Joe Biden is neurodivergent.
I'm making vegetarian chile.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65 or SHARE-65.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Central Carolina Power Equipment in Sanford is your one-stop shop for Branson tractors. Built with cast iron axles, transmissions, and rear-end housings, Branson tractors are perfect for the farm or the yard while offering exceptional strength and quality for an outstanding value. Central Carolina Power Equipment prides itself with matching each customer's unique needs with the tractor or equipment that will serve them best. For more than 30 years, Central Carolina Power Equipment has offered sales, service, and parts for all your tractors and equipment needs. Stop by today and check out all the new Branson tractors from Central Carolina Power Equipment at 4127 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford and online at ccpenc.com or call 919-292-6464. That's 919-292-6464.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4
Four Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Hey golfers, did you know that for over 3 years, pro golfer Bubba Watson has used CBD MD's products to help relieve aches and pains as well as calm his mind? Well, now you can too. Flowland in Aberdeen is your CBD MD headquarters. CBD MD is the only CBD company listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and all the products are THC free. Flowland is open 7 days a week at 1200 Sand Hills Boulevard in Aberdeen for all your CBD needs.
By the way, the FBI once again not raiding Joe Biden's offices or none of Joe Biden's properties. His many oceanfront estates and stuff with his ill-gotten gains. He's always made less than $200,000 a year, except in between where lefties threw millions and millions of dollars in. But Hunter Biden, of course, had to hand over half of his earnings to Dad because the whole thing is a shakedown, right? Pretty amazing stuff. But the FBI not raiding anybody in the Joe Biden classified documents case. It's not like he's pro-life or something like that. Which means that we're selling the FBI Fascist Bureau of Intimidation shirt at the Chris Plant store, and you get a free koozie because, it's another occasion for the FBI to disgrace itself, another opportunity, and the FBI has seized the opportunity to disgrace itself. So at the Chris Plant store on Al Gore's amazing internet, the FBI Fascist Bureau of Intimidation with the Chris Plant Show logo on the... I got a picture yesterday. My nephew is in high school in Evanston, Illinois, and he was at school, and a buddy of his was wearing the Chris Plant Show T-shirt, high school kid. And I just got sent a picture. I said, this is great. This is great to see. Your friend might be like the kid in the Terminator, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that has to be saved so that in the future he can save the world, right? Got it. Well, Sarah Connor, right? Got to save Sarah. Got to save Sarah Connor because she's going to give birth to John Connor, who in the future saves the world. And the high school kid in Evanston wearing the Chris Plant Show T-shirt, I think, might be the John Connor who goes forward in the future to save humanity and save the world from the machines and from destruction. That hero is going to come from somewhere. And the Chris Plant Show, now my best girl and I were headed very soon to Antarctica. We're going to Antarctica. Perhaps you've heard of it, the 7th continent. I've got to get a picture there wearing the Chris Plant Show T-shirt on Antarctica. What do you think?
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. It's job one for first responders in flood-ravaged California.
We need to get everyone out of the area to higher ground, to a place of safety.
Ventura County Fire Captain Brian McGrath on ABC 7 Los Angeles. There have been high water rescues, numerous evacuations as a parade of deadly storms continues to march across California from north to south, bringing devastating flooding. President Biden was quick to label former President Trump as irresponsible over his handling of sensitive government documents. Well, now questions being raised over Mr. Biden's handling of the very same kind of paperwork.
A number of documents with classified markings were discovered as Biden's personal attorneys were clearing out the offices of the Penn Biden Center, where the president kept an office after he left the vice presidency in 2017 until shortly before he launched his 2020 presidential campaign in 2019. The documents were found on November 2nd, 2022 in a locked closet in the office.
Correspondent Keith Peters says the Justice Department is looking into it. The North American Leaders Summit wrapping up in Mexico City today.
After meeting one-on-one with Mexico's president yesterday, President Biden holds bilateral talks with the Canadian Prime Minister today. All three leaders met for dinner with their spouses last night, and the three will hold formal talks this afternoon before concluding the summit. The agenda has included immigration, security, trade, and combating illegal drug trafficking.
White House correspondent Greg Clugston. The newly led Republican House passing a rules package that proponents say will restore the People's House, providing more transparency and assuring that conservative legislation will make it to the floor for a vote in the House. Watching Wall Street, stocks in positive territory at the moment. Right now, the Dow is up 71 points, the NASDAQ ahead 19, and the S&P trading 4 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. North Carolina is seeing improvement on the respiratory illness front. Jessica Dixon, a WakeMed infectious disease specialist, told NCN News that influenza A cases are going down, but
it is possible that we'll see an influenza B increase and see a peak in that later in the winter. That's what happened in the southern hemisphere over what was our summer and their winter.
The House of Representatives opened its new session with debate on a rules package that will determine how the House operates during the session. Republican Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana, House Majority Leader, introduced the package on the House floor.
At the heart of all of this discussions last week was very clear, surely from our side, that Washington is broken.
One person is dead while 4 others are hospitalized after a fire in Orange County. It started at a duplex just north of Hillsborough on Monday. Orange County Fire Marshal Elizabeth Farnham tells CBS 17.
When they were on scene, the fire had already totally destroyed the top floor of the left side, and it collapsed.
Charlotte City Council is hosting a 2-day housing and job summit to strategize how to tackle the area's housing and labor shortage. Rent and home prices have skyrocketed over the last few years. Young Quang Ju of UNC Charlotte told attendees
the number of housing units built every year is significantly less than the number of households that are moving into this area.
A new report suggests that online prices in December dropped over the past year, continuing a months-long trend. CBS News' Allison Keys has that.
Numbers from Adobe Analytics show that not only have e-commerce prices dropped for 4 consecutive months, but they were down 1.6% last month compared to last year. While prices for things like electronics were down over the past year, groceries were up 13.5%.
You're listening to NCN News.
Small business owners are a cornerstone of our state's economy and are essential to the fabric of our rural, urban, and suburban communities. At the NC Rural Center, we believe that our state's economic future depends on the vibrancy of the small businesses lining main streets from Murphy to Manio and everywhere in between. That's why we've assembled hundreds of entrepreneurs, advocates, and community leaders from across the state to form the North Carolina Small Business Coalition. Learn more about the coalition and how to join at ncruralcenter.org.
Schools across North Carolina have increased their STEM education and are saving energy from the NC Green Power Solar Plus Schools Grant. And your school can too. The 2023 grant period is open now. Recipient schools receive a 20-kilowatt solar installation, a weather station, a STEM curriculum, and teacher training. Select K through 12 schools may apply for the grant that covers 100% of construction costs. Learn more at ncgreenpower.org. Act now. The application period ends January 31st.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
We have a weak disturbance that will be moving through today. today, we're going to see pleasant conditions and partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s by the afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will fall into the lower 30s with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. We have warming temperatures moving in and rain likely to arrive once we head into Thursday. We'll continue to monitor the severe threat. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
You know, if you take the pure legalistics out of it and you get into the optics and the politics, what happened here is going to make it almost impossible to charge Donald Trump with any violation of...
Really?
classified
Yeah, I said that last night. It puts Merrick Garland in a very odd position.
Yeah, poor Merrick Garland. He might have to be the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America, not just a political operative of the Democrat Party. That could be a real conundrum for him. And a change of pace. He might find it refreshing. If he wants to give it a try, sure, why not? You betcha. The Hill. The Hill is a left-wing newspaper in Washington, D.C. They've got a story today. The headline is Killer Robots. Killer Robots. It was actually a couple of days ago. And AIs, artificial intelligence. Now we're just referring to them as AIs because, you know, like the Terminator. I was just talking about the Terminator, how the young guy in Evanston at the high school wearing my Chris Plant Show T-shirt may be John Connor, who saves the human species in the future. The left wants to destroy the human species. They have the voluntary extinction effort going on, just to name one thing. And whatever you do, don't put any "Thou shalt not kill" posters up around Planned Parenthood clinics because you don't want any mixed messages. You know what I mean? I don't want any mixed messages. But killer robots and AI's dirty little secret. Many people prefer robots. That's the story in The Hill. It turns out people don't like people anymore. People don't like people. And I talk about, busy weekend at a local supermarket, and the lines were forming at the checkout, and half a dozen people lined up the automated checkout registers. Notice there was no line at the checkout where there was a human cashier waiting for customers. And when a customer approached the checkout area, they scanned the options, decided to wait in line for the automated checkout instead of walking right up to the cashier with no wait. I've seen that happen at the grocery store in my neighborhood. And we're losing our sense of humanity and our ability to interact with people. Part of it is smartphones being in people's hands, smartphones, stupid people being in people's hands all day, every day. And, you don't communicate with people normally face-to-face and in a human interactive way. You text them instead, even though they're sitting across the room. And, right? And there are a lot of people not talking to each other going on. So I could not resist asking the customer why they chose to wait for a machine instead of getting immediate service from a human. And their response carries an important message for the future of artificial intelligence and the robots it enables. Quote, "I don't want them," meaning the human cashier, "I don't want them looking at everything that I'm buying." What are you buying, freakazoid? What is it? I don't know what you like. Cucumbers and motor oil. What are you getting? So everything that I'm buying, I don't care for their opinions of what I'm getting. They got your cashier sit there and comment on everything you buy.
Well, think of the husband in Boston.
Oh, see, that's sure. That's like the husband in Boston. That's true. That's a crazy story. See, this is a nutty story. The story in Boston. Anna Walsh, a young woman who was headed to the airport in Boston to fly to Washington, D.C., where she is a real estate manager. She is now a missing person. And her husband has been arrested, and this is a crazy story. Her husband has been arrested because Anna Walsh is missing, and honestly, I think presumed dead, because the husband has now been arrested and he's being arraigned, and he was given a perp walk, and he had kind of a creepy smirk on his face, a creepy smile on his face, and he Googled, don't we have a story on that in here somewhere? He Googled, the police already know what he Googled. What did he Google, you might ask? Well, he Googled, for example, how to dispose of a 115-pound body. And his wife, interestingly, weighed 115 pounds. And Anna Walsh is now missing. She's from Eastern Europe, and I think, is it Serbia? I think she's Serbian. But the husband, they found a bloody knife found in the missing Cohasset, Massachusetts woman's home. They found that he went shopping. Where'd he go? Home Depot. And he got, it's like they found him with, a shovel and a bag of lime in his trunk. It couldn't have been. And he's Googling how to dispose of a 115-pound body. The husband of Anna Walsh, who has been missing since New Year's Day, awaiting sentencing on fraud charges, but a bloody knife found in the missing woman's home. It's completely nuts. The list of things they found is bail was set at $500,000 for Brian Walsh. It's W-A-L-S-H-E, Walsh with an E, kind of crazy, and he pleaded not guilty. But they said blood and a damaged knife with blood on it were found in the basement of the couple's home in Cohasset. That he had Googled how to dispose of a 115-pound body. Are there any other clues? And they said that he spent hundreds of dollars on a tarp, cleaning supplies, at a store after his wife disappeared, the Norfolk County District Attorney said. And it's, other than that, there weren't really very many clues at all. He was at the Home Depot, and the surveillance video shows him buying $450 worth of cleaning supplies, mops, drop cloths, various kinds of tape, and, of course, Googling how to dispose of a 115-pound body. It did remind us this morning of Austin Powers when he was going through a little security, and they found something interesting.
One Swedish-made penis enlarger pump.
That's not mine.
One credit card receipt for Swedish-made penis enlarger, signed by Austin Powers.
I'm telling you, baby, that's not mine.
One warranty card for Swedish-made penis enlarger pump, filled out by Austin Powers.
I don't even know what this is. This sort of thing ain't my bag, baby.
One book, Swedish-made penis enlarger pumps and me. This sort of thing is my bag, baby, by Austin Powers.
That's pretty much what we got going on here in Massachusetts, too. They found blood in the basement. They found the beat-up, bloody knife in the basement. They still haven't found his wife, but this is kind of sounds like an open and shut case. And the guy's smirking during the perp walk. That's a crazy world out there. Choose your husbands well, and your wives too, because this is a two-way street sometimes. Pretty crazy story, I've got to say. It's nutty out there. All right, let's go also it's not the only crazy thing they're doing. They're doing a lot of crazy. You see, the U.S., isn't this agency the one that Pocahontas created, Elizabeth Warren? The U.S. Safety Agency, they're considering banning gas stoves in your home. So everything, I don't like those electric stoves. I like gas stoves. I like flames. Close to the flame. U.S. Safety Agency to consider ban on gas stoves amid health fears. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission. Is that the one that Pocahontas created? With so many government agencies and so little time. Will move to regulate gas stoves as new research links them to childhood asthma. We're going to need some more research. So federal agency says a ban on gas stoves is on the table amid rising concern about harmful indoor air pollutants emitted by appliances. Well, you're supposed to keep the pilot light on, see, or have an electronic ignition, and then I think mine has an electronic ignition at home, so I don't have to worry about that, or childhood asthma, fortunately for me. All right, let's go, because You remember when Joe Biden, he was talking to his pal, Scott Pelley of CBS News 60 Minutes, and Scott Pelley was talking to Joe Biden, and he said, "You are so magnificent. To what do you attribute your magnificence? I voted for you with great enthusiasm and engorgement. I admire you greatly." And Joe was like, "Come on, ask a question, get to a question." And Scott Pelley asked, it was in September of 2022 last year, that Scott Pelley asked his pal, Joe Biden, about the terrible, horrible Donald Trump classified documents.
When you saw the photograph of the top secret documents laid out on the floor at Mar-a-Lago,
that the FBI staged,
to yourself,
What'd
looking
you
at
think?
that image?
Tough question.
How that could possibly happen, how anyone could be that irresponsible. And I thought, what data was in there that may compromise sources and methods?
That's what he
By
thought.
that I mean names of people who helped, or et cetera.
By that I mean.
And it's just totally irresponsible.
Totally irresponsible. What a reckless thing for him to do. Well, now we learned that scads of classified documents, including SCI, the highest level of classification documents, were found at Joe Biden's offices in Washington, D.C. at his tank. If you're anyone else, they'd call it a think tank. But he's not a think president, so it's just a tank. It's like a fish tank. And he would go there every day, and he'd feed his tarantula spider and his gecko in the think tank. And then he'd get lunch, a bowl of porridge, sit in his high chair, kick his feet, watch an episode of Hazel, and then he'd go home and pretend that he had accomplished something. The Justice Department has launched a review into the discovery of classified documents at the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement. You know how many millions of dollars they've gotten from the Chinese? It's not in the Washington Post story. An institute in downtown Washington that Joe Biden started after serving as vice president. He served Barack Obama lunch. According to people familiar with the matter, there are people that are familiar with the matter, and the Washington Post told them, because there are people and they're familiar with the matter. The White House confirmed an ongoing inquiry. It's not an investigation, it's just an inquiry. There is no. And said it is cooperating with the Justice Department. Yeah, he's got his back. He's a wingman. And quickly handed the documents over to the National Archives and Records Administration, the agency tasked with handling presidential records. Now, the news media has been lying that they handed it right over to the Justice Department. That's not true. They handed them over to the National Archives. And somehow it didn't leak to anybody because this was discovered before the midterm elections, but it was held tight by the National Archives. And then the National Archives, recognizing there might be an issue here, notified the Justice Department, but the White House didn't. And the media is giving the White House full credit for handing the stuff over to the Justice Department and notifying them. And that's a lie. That's just one lie rolled in into a falsehood and a fraud. Roughly 10 documents were found, and one person spoke on the condition of anonymity and their dating, too, interestingly enough, because they were not authorized to speak publicly. They should be arrested. There should be a pre-dawn FBI raid. The discovery was first reported by CBS News, and Scott Pelley, and pretty amazing stuff. Now, this is an amazing story for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is there are no raids, no FBI big raids, the Justice Department didn't leak it, the National Archives didn't leak it. This was all learned before the midterm elections, and none of it came out. Kind of like the Hunter Biden laptop before the presidential election in 2020. And the CIA and the FBI were slapping down the story at Facebook and Twitter and elsewhere on social media and in the news media, and putting out false documents. The intelligence community ran an information operation against the American people, telling us that it sure looked like Russian disinformation, and you shouldn't believe any of those stories about the corrupt Biden family and their no-show jobs and all of that stuff. You shouldn't believe any of that. The U.S. intelligence community, right? And now, none of this stuff leaked. It is good to be a Democrat. Hermetically sealed in your corrupt little bubble. I've got much more for you on this topic, and the classified documents, including SCI, highest level of classification. Do we have nuclear secrets? Remember they said nuclear secrets in Trump, and that was a lie. There were no nuclear secrets. Remember they said the tax returns would show all kinds of stuff, and then the Democrats went to the Supreme Court, got the tax records, gave them to the Democrats, and the Democrats in Congress gave them to their friends in the news media. And the headline on the front page of the Washington Post was, Trump minimized tax burden. Remember, there's, you get all the money from Russia and from Putin, and none of it was true. It was all a giant lie that they peddled for years, and then it went out with a transgender whimper and not a transgender bang. What? What's the difference? We'll talk about that later. You know, that this winter heating bills are expected to go up by between 50% and 200%. Thanks, Joe Biden. But a powerful heating technology used by the Eden Pure Gen 40 heater is already helping thousands of people save money on their heating bills. Join the club at Eden Pure. An advanced heating engineering team has combined an infrared heating system and a convective heating system into one space heater. These two technologies work together to heat your home better than your current furnace, boiler, baseboard heating, and certainly other space heaters. By using two forms of heating technology to heat the room, the Gen 40 heater makes you feel warmer and reduces your heating bills in one fell swoop. Just what we need in the age of, the age we're in. Never be cold again and save money month after month with Eden Pure. Right now, you get a special additional $50 off the Gen 40's already generous sale price with my discount code, because you hang with me. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com. Enter the discount code CHRIS50, CHRIS50. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code is CHRIS50, and you get free shipping too. Because you hang with me. Yeah, so the FBI, what's the FBI do? What's the Justice Department do? Never mind, shush. Wait till you hear what the news media had to say about it. Turns out this is no big deal. Not like the Trump thing. That was not at all what they said it was. You can depend on this one being not at all what they say it is too. Wait till you hear what the media had to say.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning and revolutionary online learning program that's changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by teachers and early childhood learning experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 7,000 learning activities and more than 650 lessons, it's the most comprehensive early learning site on earth.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
It's just endless what they can learn on ABC Mouse. I've always had to use 20 websites, and now I can just use one.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month. But you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio, abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Everyone can boost their digital confidence with NordVPN. All it takes is one simple click. NordVPN will block online trackers, hide your virtual location, and secure your devices from malware-infected downloads. It will also block access to malicious websites. So catch the special deal now at NordVPN.com. Enjoy more private and secure internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 800-730-8405 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check. As easy as, that's 800-730-8405.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE. Bible. 855-51-BIBLE.
If you're looking for a smart, affordable alternative to corporate car rental agencies, now you've got a choice. Introducing Auto Choice Car Rentals in Southern Pines. Affordable, short, and long-term rentals. Late model cars, trucks, and SUVs, including the roomy and durable Ford Transit. Now you have a choice. Auto Choice Car Rentals in Southern Pines. Open Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Call 910-725-1111. That's 910-725-1111. Or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
You know they're out there.
You know.
You can't see them.
Can't see.
You can't hear them.
Can't hear.
But you know they're there.
They're there.
Termites. You know they're hungry.
Starving.
And you know your house is their main course. So you know you have to do something.
What can you do?
It's really quite simple. You ask for Termador, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. Every last termite dead.
Bye-bye.
For a long, long time. Now you know. Only Termador is 100% effective against termites in 3 months or less. So ask for Termador by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termador, you're asking for trouble.
Termador is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. That's 944-2474.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Cole's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
I'm going to get back to the news media and their really incredibly corrupt treatment of the Biden classified documents. Were it not for double standards, liberals would have no standards at all. That includes the news media, and the most insidious power the news media has is the power to ignore. They're going to do a lot of ignoring, as they have all along with Lunch Bucket Joe Biden. Just another gigantic scandal for them to ignore. And when you're a Democrat, you can just laugh it off and keep walking. Kind of amazing. Ban gas stoves, because just mandate electronic ignition stoves. How about that? Dimwits. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Fritz, calling from Springfield, Illinois. Fritz, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, Chris. Thought I'd bring you up to speed of what's happening in your old home state.
Excellent.
Yesterday, the Senate took the House assault weapons ban bill and tweaked it a little bit, sending it back to the House today, and it's going to be signed by Governor Pritzker at the end of the week. Of course, today's the last day of the lame duck session, so they got to hurry up and get it done. And there's going to be a gun registry with it. They're going to grandfather your assault weapon, but you're only allowed to keep it on your property. But you have to register it with the state police by January 1st of 2024.
All right. Well, that's what the Democrats call progress.
It is progress, but good news, they did also pass a law to protect abortion on demand, and they voted themselves in raises for everybody in the House, Senate.
All right. Well, yeah, it's a Democrat land.
You're You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Thank you for making us a part of your day. We're Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard around the world at talk973.com.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. Kay, the hygienist, told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out. Find out what you've been missing and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
Do you have a picture or piece of art that needs framing? Visit the King's Custom Framing at 15 Dawn Road in Pinehurst or call 910-295-5451. Open Monday through Saturday, the King's Custom Framing has been serving the Sandhills since 1991.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawade have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at reliveitremodeling.com.
Big news in the cigar world, everyone. If you are buying your cigars online from Cigars International, Famous, JR's, or any other online retailer, you need to pay close attention. 2468cigars.com. What is 2468 Cigars and why should I buy from them? Well, here it is. Not only are our prices as good or better than most online companies, but you can visit our warehouse in person and pick up your cigars so you don't have to wait for them by mail. Now for the bad news. We are so new that our website, 2468cigars.com, is not even up and running yet. There's not even a page saying coming soon. We wanted to do it right and offer a website experience that will be easy and not a lot of blinking lights. So until then, all you have to do is call 888-959-8854. That's 888-959-8854. Or just come to our warehouse at 1975 Juniper Lake Road in West End. 2468cigars.com, the new choice in online cigars.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
Your local weather report is brought to you by Heavenly Pines Jewelry of Pinehurst. Call 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry and design needs.
We have a weak disturbance that will be moving through today. We're going to see pleasant conditions and partly cloudy skies. We'll see highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s by the afternoon. Tonight, temperatures will fall into the lower 30s with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s tomorrow. We have warming temperatures moving in and rain likely to arrive once we head into Thursday. We'll continue to monitor the severe threat. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
We were talking, the Washington Post under their economy and business section have the new abortion pills approved by the FDA so they can be administered by pharmacies and bypassing doctors altogether. It's a procedure. They use the word procedure again and again and again. And I was just worried, with the Washington Post, would they want Herschel Walker to drive the girlfriend to the pharmacy now? Would that be a gentlemanly act, or would that be a hypocritical act? I'm a little confused by that, because 10 weeks you can get the pill for the procedure. 10 weeks begins the first day of a person's last menstrual cycle, because you don't want to say women or mothers or anything like that, because men. I don't think Herschel Walker has one of those, though. I'm thinking Democrats have really made things crazy, haven't they? Man, I'm telling you. Very crazy. Oh, let's get back to the news media and the FBI. Again, we at the Chris Plant store, the FBI, and if you buy now, you get a free koozie to help keep your beer cold while you drown your sorrows in the Joe Biden era. Need a little sorrow drowning going on there. Also, I should tell you, tomorrow is Wednesday. You know what that means, don't you? It's not just a big day for Bill Clinton. It's also Mailbag Day here on the Chris Plant Show, and you can submit your questions by way of Twitter. Perhaps you've heard of it. Elon Musk bought it, and he raised questions about Twitter tampering in the Brazilian election, where the margin of victory was 50.9%. The winning lefty Lula got 50.9%. And we've learned now, if Twitter was tampering in the Brazilian election, and we saw the CIA warning Bolsonaro, the American Central Intelligence Agency, rattling the saber at Bolsonaro, it sounds like the U.S. was tampering in the Brazilian election all over the place, and the leftist won. This is in the 21st century, the revenge of the left is to surreptitiously, methodically, over time, take over all of the important institutions in the United States of America. During the Cold War, the CIA would meddle in elections overseas to prevent the pro-Soviet, pro-communist China candidate from winning or taking over. And now the left has taken over the American institutions, and it's the revenge of the left. Now they're meddling in foreign elections and in the American election. And the left keeps on winning in the United States and Brazil. Boy, do you see Joe Biden is restricting illegal immigrants, but only from a few countries. Cuba and Venezuela. Is Nicaragua in there? I don't think Nicaragua is in there. But Venezuela, which is a socialist utopia, and Cuba, which is, Michael Moore explained to me, is a socialist utopia too. Joe Biden is restricting, limiting illegal immigration just from a few countries, which is just, puts the absurd seal of approval on the whole thing. Why don't you do that with everything? And let's get to that in a couple of minutes. But let's go back now to the FBI, the corrupt FBI, and get your T-shirts, the Fascist Bureau of Intimidation at the Chris Plant Store. Get a free koozie to keep your beer cold while you, maybe a cold bottle of Bud Light, and while you calm your nerves in the age of Joe Biden. And, when your son comes home from school as your daughter, you might want to crack a beer and have a koozie to help keep it cold. Because, the Democrats. Gender dysphoria, the party of gender dysphoria. And it's, and our friend that just called from Illinois, Fritz, talking about Pritzker, the billionaire son of the Hyatt Hotel fortune. They're promising free, free preschool? It's all free. Nobody pays for it. He comes from a billionaire family. He doesn't know what free means. and free college, except for working families, as opposed to, because unemployed families, they're on their own. You know, they're, sorry, you're on your own. Blazing Saddles. And pretty amazing. Free stuff. They got the, impose an assault weapons ban. Now, Chicago is one of the highest murder rates on the planet Earth. And the number of so-called assault rifles that are used, non-existent, minuscule, an erasable percentage. But that's what they're going to do. And then a registry, because, someday they're going to come and round them all up. Because they're the left. They're not liberals. They're the left. It's completely different. Let's go to, we just used Scott Pelley talking to Joe Biden, September of last year. Isn't it shocking that President Trump had classified documents? And the President of the United States can declassify documents by snapping his fingers. It's unclear whether the Vice President has the same level of authority. I've seen mixed reports on that. But let's go to, because remember, they were very upset. Adam Schiffless, remember him, the inchworm? He's the one who lied to us every day about Russian collusion and Donald Trump. He is a psychopathological liar. He is a level of liar that even in Washington is rarely found. Adam Schiff, his wife calls him the inchworm. And he was on the television on Face the Nation last year, and Trump and those terrible classified documents, the inchworm.
If the Trump people represented that they provided all the classified or national security information and didn't, that's a serious problem.
Serious problem. That's serious. That's a serious problem. The Democrats on Capitol Hill leaking all of the Social Security numbers, 2,000 of them. That's 2,000 felonies. And that's a serious problem. But not one finger will be lifted by Merrick Garland's Justice Department to hold the Democrats accountable for their literally thousands of crimes in making public all of those documents and all the Social Security numbers. Cabinet members and Trump supporters and White House officials said, just amazing. Crimes, each and every one of them a crime. Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, they have no sense of irony. None of them, they have any sense of irony. She, of course, was behind, she had all the classified documents in her home server, right? And it was managed by some, left-wing hacks that they hired. And then they hired a company to use BleachBit to scrub the servers of more than 30,000 emails, including untold numbers of even extremely highly classified documents and classified at the point of origin. Remember, J. Edgar Comey said that, and then he said he was going to go home and not do anything about it. And he was, and the news media said, good, gosh, because we're voting for her. So we can't have that. Hillary Diane Rodham Clinton, who destroyed thousands and tens of thousands, literally, of emails using BleachBit. And the news media attacked President Trump for saying she used bleach. He left off the word bit, and that was his crime. That was bad. Pretty amazing stuff. Hillary Clinton.
No one is above the law. Yeah. And the rule of law in a democracy,
they all clap.
Has to be our standard.
Has to be our standard. They got a standard is a trick word when Hillary Clinton is using it. Pretty amazing stuff. That's and again, she destroyed classified documents. She stored them on her home computer. It's the same as having them. Her home computer was not protected by the Secret Service at the time, like President Trump's was. Nancy,
what, like with a cloth or something?
I don't know. That's I said earlier I thought that was John Carl. It was Ed Henry. It was not John Carl. My apologies to John Carl. Where did Ed Henry go? Is he in prison or something? Where did he go? He's vanished from the face. You grope. He was. You grope one woman. Because when you're a Democrat, Joe Biden groped the hell out of Tara Reid and sexually assaulted her with his hands. And she was a staffer on Capitol Hill in his office. Unlike that dimwit with the scratched up glasses that accused Brett Kavanaugh, drugging the punch at a high school party that nobody remembered because it didn't happen. But Joe Biden, firsthand testimony on the record from the person that was assaulted, and no problem. That whole pound me too thing just went away when Tara Reid came forward and accused Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi, she's no longer the Speaker of the House. Here. Nancy Pelosi in September of in August of last year, on the terror of the Trump classified documents.
No person is above the law.
Oh,
not
really?
Even the President of the United States. Not even a former President of the United States.
Not even. Not even somebody with the authority to declassify documents? How about it? Because that really doesn't require an above-the-law kind of situation. John Penitentiary Face Brennan was made director of the CIA and he voted for the Communist Party candidate Gus Hall for the presidency as a young man. You know, there's a lot of that going around in these parties. Remember Barack Obama, mentored by Frank Marshall Davis, a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, and they had the Chairman Mao Christmas ornament. Irony, see, that's irony, on the Christmas tree in the White House, because he is history's #1 mass murderer. You know, they should put like Charles Manson ornaments and Richard Speck and Charles Whitman, I don't know, naming obscure killers. Ed Gein, obscure killers. John Brennan, he's Penitentiary Face Brennan. And then he lied to all the American people about the Hunter Biden laptop looking like Russian disinformation.
The intelligence community needs to do its risk and damage assessment about how Donald Trump's very reckless handling of these documents might have harmed our national security.
Yeah, the Secret Service protected the home where the documents were kept. You think, well, who's going to... And then the FBI went in and spent a lot of time in Melania Trump's closet. Kind of say, Eric Swalwell, who has been, and I don't know, is he still having sex with Fang Fang, the Chinese intelligence operative assigned to him by the Chinese Communist government to get him from a small town city council in California to the Intelligence Committee in the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., because Fang Fang was riding him all the way, literally and figuratively, and Eric Swalwell was very upset.
This was not a mistake that these documents landed, at Mar-a-Lago. This is what he intended, and it also, by the way, shows that they really want to get these documents back, and every second that they're at this beach house in the possession of Donald Trump is a risk to our national security.
And we've got the news media, that's your Democrat politicians, and they're not going to have a word to say about any of this. Let's go to soundbite number 10. Hallie Jackson is a Democrat posing as a journalist on NBC, talking about the Biden classified documents that we've found these classified, including SCI, the compartmented information, the highest level of classifications, and in a facility not being protected by the Secret Service, and in a closet. And they said, well, there was a lock on the door. There was a lock on the door at Mar-a-Lago, too, the closet, because the FBI went there and sat down with them and said, well, let's do this with the documents, and then they're okay. And then the FBI turned around and came back with rifles and body armor and raided the place and occupied it like it was the Bay of Pigs. And about as successful. And Hallie Jackson.
The federal prosecutor is looking at classified documents from the Obama-Biden administration that were found at a vacant Biden office space. And there are no parallels here, but people think classified documents, reviews, etc. Everybody, I think, thinks of Donald Trump and Mar-a-Lago. This is different, and the circumstances are very different, too, at least from what we know, what has been reported. Yeah, at least from what we know, what has been reported by the Circle Fest, that is the American news media. So there are no parallels, she said. There are no parallels. No, there are very explicit and precise parallels. But she did accidentally reveal in an abandoned office. The Trump documents were at his residence as the former president, and it was protected by the Secret Service, the United States Secret Service. All right? And, yeah, that's, you're right. There is no parallel because President Trump's, the documents that he declassified and took with him, were being protected by the United States Secret Service because of the location where they were stored. Joe Biden, left it in a building in Washington, D.C., where no protection. Morning Joke, Mo Yarbrough on Morning Joke this morning. Oh, come on, there's nothing to see here.
I mean, this doesn't sound anything like...
Willie wants no part of
the
this,
two cases. No, it doesn't sound anything like it, but yet I'm reading on the Twitter machine that it's just alike, but there doesn't sound to be any similarities. This has to be the libs trying to pull something over on it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, these people, if you watch MSNBC and think that you're well-informed, then you need a brain scan because your squirrel might have died. Mo Yarbrough and Willie Geist.
Taking classified documents
is a very serious matter. We're not saying it's not. Of course it is. No, but there's no comparison here.
Yes, but there's...
All right, so this is what the kids would call false equivalency, or what Aristotle and many of his writings would call malarkey, and I agree.
And then he uses Joe Biden's words. So it's like North Korea. And the dear leader is off the hook before the hook even comes out. Isn't it great to be a Democrat? Now, you remember what a big deal it was? You heard the members of Congress and Pelosi and Swalwell and the whole gang, Adam Schiff, the inchworm, and they were all very, very upset. It was a big deal. Yesterday, he's in Mexico, meeting with the president of Mexico, López Obrador, where he will do no good for the United States of America, for the border states, for our country. He will do nothing for us. Probably give him billions and billions of dollars, and maybe his son Hunter will get kind of a job distributing fentanyl or something, another multi-million-dollar no-show job. But Joe Biden was in Mexico meeting with López Obrador, the president of Mexico, merry old Mexico, and he was, believe it or not, asked by a reporter about it. One person asked, "What about the classified documents, sir?" And Biden snorted and said, "I don't have to answer any questions here. Don't you know who I am? You voted for me. Sit down and shut up. You just stopped here." It wasn't even Peter Doocy, but some reporter, he's probably been fired. Maybe he disappeared. I should check this guy's basement in Massachusetts. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Democrats and corruption go together like love and marriage, like a horse and carriage. And it keeps going because they get away with it every time.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If you're making the minimum payments, but your balance is just not going down, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it will take years to get out of debt, call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 5 million people. They can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. If you're struggling with credit card debt, call Consolidated Credit now.
Call now, 800-552-6750. That's 800-552-6750. 800-552-6750.
Consolidated Credit Counseling Services Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Not a loan company licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 19, Oregon DM 80031. Licensed by Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 32. Establishment of a plan may adversely affect the individual's credit rating or credit scores. Non-payment of debt may lead creditors to increase financial charges or collections activity, including litigation.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-826-9895. That's 800-826-9895. 800-826-9895.
Liberty. Sometimes you just want to say,
"Am I a really good DJ?"
You're not normally this interesting. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
We're Talk 97.3 FM and 990 AM WEEB and heard around the world at talk973.com.
At First Casualty Insurance Group, we're all about customer service. Now, if that's important to you, then we're a good match. If you prefer to do business with experienced, knowledgeable, good listeners offering advice you can trust, then First Casualty Insurance Group is made for you. We represent over 3 dozen outstanding companies, and yes, we're that place you go to insure virtually anything of value. Call us anytime you have an insurance question. We want to be your insurance people. 910-692-8303. First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303.
Proven Arms and Outfitters, the retail division of Quantico Tactical, is once again open to the public, offering the best price and selection of modern firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Proven Arms is open Tuesday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. and is co-located with Quantico Tactical on Highway 211 east of Aberdeen and on the web at ProvenOutfitters.com.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals wants to remind you that as the seasons change, it's important to keep up the plumbing basics to avoid cold weather damage. Things like disconnecting your water hoses and storing them in a dry place, or simply insulating pipes that are exposed to the elements. Simple precautions like these can prevent winter weather nightmares.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't just call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
At Heavenly Pines Jewelry, we are 3 generations of women that can customize the ring of your dreams or redesign family jewelry to fit your style while keeping the integrity of your loved one's piece. We also do in-house repairs, pearl restringing, appraisals, watch batteries, and free jewelry cleaning. Visit Heavenly Pines Jewelry located at 45 Dowd Circle in Pinehurst, across the street from the main post office, or call us today at 910-235-9086 for all your jewelry needs.
Are you concerned about retirement in today's economy? Find your financial solution on Retirement 360 with Dwight Mejan. Sundays at 3 p.m. on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
By the way, you may remember Joe Scarborough. Joe Scarborough was very upset when Donald Trump was found with classified documents, which he declassified and were kept at a facility protected by the Secret Service, Mar-a-Lago. But he had a very different view when it was Donald Trump and not Joe Biden.
If we had mishandled documents, if we'd taken one document, one top secret document, let alone 25 or 10 documents with classified markings, the FBI would be at our house the next day. And all of these senators and all of these members of Congress that are suggesting that, or newspaper editorialists who are suggesting that somehow this is much ado about nothing, they would all be in jail.
Yeah.
They would all be in jail.
They'd all be in jail. I guess Joe Biden should be in jail. He should be in cuffs and an orange jumpsuit. They should be beating him with a nightstick. They should have those Border Patrol guys on horseback come up and lash him. Lash him. We didn't even get to all that stuff today about Joe Biden should apologize to the... Katie Porter, who tortures her child into believing that she's going to die soon and the world is going to end soon, the California Congresswoman. She was when Kevin McCarthy was making a speech the other day as Speaker. She sat there in Congress reading a book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Beep and a F word. That's the name of the book. It's on the gun. She's sitting there looking like a glob of like fat pulled out of an artery and reading a book called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Beep while Kevin McCarthy was making his initial appearance. She has announced now that she's going to run for Senate because Dianne Feinstein is 89 years old, California Democrat, and people think she's not doing very well. And so Katie Porter is already throwing dirt on her and saying, I'm going to take your job, while sitting there in the House of Representatives, keeping it classy, San Diego. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Beep. And it's right there on the orange book, on the cover of the book in Congress, and that's what they do. I should also say that Lynette Hardaway, Diamond of Diamond and Silk, died yesterday, apparently the age of 51. And it's unclear what the cause of death was, but it's another one that raises eyebrows. Mike Lindell said that perhaps she had been sick for a while, but that her death was unexpected, according to the family. And Diamond and Silk was hilarious. You know, Diamond and Silk are hilarious, and she's hilarious. I met them both a couple of times. Wonderful.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. California's storms are swamping roads, battering coastlines with high surf, turning rivers into gushing flood zones, and forcing the evacuation of thousands in towns with histories of deadly mudslides. The storms are even prompting tornado warnings. At least 14 people have died since the storms began last week. In Ventura County, Janine Conahay, speaking to ABC 7 Los Angeles, says she's offered to help neighbors whose home and paddock were threatened by rising river levels.
We discussed it the other day. She has a horse and a pony that's down basically at the river line. She boards them there, and she lives in the front house from me. We're on high ground right up here. So I said, you know, we've gone through this before in '98 during El Nino. We had my sister and her husband have some horses stay at our place.
Forecasters expect that rain to continue through today, after dumping up to 14 inches at higher elevations in central and southern California. Also at townhall.com, Republicans have approved their rules package for governing U.S. House operations, as correspondent Norman Hall tells us.
The rules package was approved 220 to 213, a party line vote with one Republican opposed. Central to the package is the provision that allows any one lawmaker to make a motion to vacate the chair, a vote to oust the speaker. There are other provisions that weaken the power of the Speaker's office and turn over more control of the legislative business to rank-and-file lawmakers. But it's an open debate if the changes will make the House more transparent in its operations or grind it to a halt. Norman Hall, Washington.
Wall Street turning mixed ahead of key updates this week on inflation. The Dow ahead 3 points, but the NASDAQ is down 3. More at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Rayleigh. A new report out today issued by the North Carolina Department of Transportation shows that North Carolina's 72 publicly owned airports have a more than $72 billion in economic impact annually. ECU professor of economics, Dr. Rick Ruptels, tells WCTI.
Having an airport can help the local economy in terms of tourism dollars, in terms of business growth opportunities as well.
A small landslide hit a number of homes in the Hollywood Hills area of California due to heavy rain in the region. Search and rescue crews were dispatched to the scene to assess the situation, according to Tim Ramirez, battalion chief with the LA City Fire Department.
Very deceptive. It's the standing water is like 2 to 4 feet deep, but you don't know what's underneath there. So apparently somebody tried to drive through. They ended up getting stuck in the mud.
Charlotte City Council is hosting a 2-day housing and job summit to strategize how to tackle the area's housing and labor shortage. Rent and home prices skyrocketed over the last few years, and available housing can't keep up with the number of people moving to Charlotte. Yang Quing Chu of the UNC Charlotte told attendees,
January 2020 to September 2022, median house price in this region increased 54%.
Mask mandates may be coming back. Duke University on Monday sent out an email to students saying that if COVID-19 levels remain high, then mask mandates will be resumed for students, faculty, and staff. The student told ABC 11.
Yeah, the masks are annoying to wear, but honestly, like, whatever, I feel like I don't know enough about it to be like, no masks or yes masks. Like, I'm going to follow kind of what other people are saying.
CBS News correspondent Jim Cristul reports a federal regulatory agency is hitting the pause button more often.
The Food and Drug Administration is increasingly halting drug company testing of experimental medicines.
You're listening to NCN News.
If you or a loved one have been a victim of crime, NC Savin provides a free confidential service to stay informed about your offender's movements within the North Carolina Adult Correction System. Find peace of mind by downloading the app today to receive status notifications throughout an offender's sentence, probation, post-release supervision, and parole. To learn more about NC Savin or the other programs provided by the Office of Victim Services, visit ncsavin.org. That's ncsavin.org. This message is from the North Carolina Department of Public Safety.
Join PBS North Carolina as we explore the world around us through stories that illuminate and moments that inspire. From PBS favorites like Masterpiece to local programs that celebrate our state and people. From educational resources for kids to emergency briefings that keep us secure. PBS North Carolina offers endless possibilities for discovery and wonder. Follow your curiosity at pbsnc.org.
My name is Ward Roller. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Expect partly cloudy conditions today. Our temperatures are also going to warm up into the afternoon. Look for highs in the lower 50s and lower 60s. Tonight will be mostly clear with lows in the lower 30s. We'll see milder conditions tomorrow with highs in the mid 50s and lower 60s. We are tracking warmer temperatures to build into Thursday. Some areas could be in the 70s, but the front is going to bring some showers and perhaps a few thunderstorms with it. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
This hour is sponsored by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai on 15501 in Southern Pines, where you get a great deal and a great deal more. On the web at pinehursttoyota.com and HyundaiofPinehurst.com.